Hey guys, this is an audio presentation only. It's a real podcast. This isn't a video. 4 guys, the Paranormies. This video was fun, and it's 3 hours long. These guys didn't spare me no expense. They asked the questions. And they also gave me free reign. It was really good time. I'll probably go back on them again real soon. So I hope you guys enjoy this presentation. They asked some good ones, and some of the answers might surprise you.
Happening, everyone. Welcome to the Paranormies. I'm Johnny Monoxide, and tonight I am joined by Reinhard von Krieger. Hello, sir.
What's happening, everybody?
All the way from Japan, konnichiwa, Old Skull.
Konnichiwa.
How's it going? Also down in the dungeon, taking notes, Grognak. What up?
Hey, guys. What's up?
Not much. Actually, there's a lot going on. And very, very special guest. We've all been digging into his content recently. We have the man here himself, Jason. How do you see your last name so I don't mess it up?
My name is Brashears.
Brashears. Jason Brashears. The Archaics channel on YouTube and other locations. What's up, man?
I'm pretty good, man. I'm excited to talk to you guys. After looking at your YouTube channel, seeing Paranormies, I see that you guys have never been accused of being normal.
Oh, wait a second. Now, the Paranormies on YouTube aren't us.
Really? It's totally different?
The guys that are on YouTube, the Paranormies, it's another guy named Johnny, which is funny, by the way. But they do videos where they do paranormal ghost hunting and that kind of stuff. Kind of like...
Yeah, I've seen 2 different Paranormy type channels.
Yes. Now, they're Paranormies. I have a channel that doesn't have very many videos on it, but we've been banned from YouTube for a long time.
For a long time banned.
Long time. We got banned back in season 2.5, like 2 or 3, way back. We questioned something that's coming up on its anniversary this year, Sandy Hook, and what happened to Alex Jones while the Sandy Hook Internet Defense Force took us out, and also the JIDF. We did a Holocaust series as well, so that'll get you banned from anywhere. So that's not us on YouTube. Well, our website is paranormies.com. I hope you checked it out.
Awesome.
Yeah. But we are not, yes, nobody could ever accuse us of being normal. We are known as the Schizo Podcast. We do everything here from transvestigations to hidden history to all kinds of stuff, and everything seems to tie together. And your research takes a lot of different conspiracies or theories, whatever you want to call them, and you tie a lot of these together in a lot of different ways using dates and numbers, which is really cool.
Yes, let's not let it be believed that I set out to show that I believe that this construct is a simulation. That's not at all how this began. It actually began as a series of totally independent things that I was researching. I'm interested in everything, and then one subject matter bled into another topic, and another topic just merged with another. Just different ideas and concepts as I chased the information began to coalesce. Next thing you know, I had 3 or 4 huge rivers of data sets that were all going to the same conclusion, and it was basically inescapable. And it took a while. It took years. It took a lot of divorcing myself from previous belief systems. But in the end, simulation theory was a conclusion to everything that I have researched. It was not everything I researched trying to defend a position.
So you didn't just grab a copy of Baudrillard and be like, oh, now I know what's up, and watch The Matrix and you're good? Nothing like that, right?
No, I'm slightly embarrassed to say that my journey began because I was born a Southern Baptist Christian in a very, very religious, fundamental, puritanic family, and went to church 5 times a week.
Wow.
And I was in prison basically trying to research everything that proved what I already believed. And for about 10 years, that worked out for me because I was really good at practicing exclusions and just putting stuff to the side. Now, this is all in between all the knucklehead shit I was doing in prison as well. I don't want you to sit here and think I was a saint. I actually stayed in prison a very long time because of things that I did when I was there. But at the same time, I'm addicted to books. I'm addicted to information, and I'm a prolific note taker. So I'm living 2 different lifestyles at the same time for 2 decades. And one of them is a knucklehead, and the other one is You know, I'm basically a closet scholar. I'm going to read everything, and I'm going to basically compare paradigms, compare notes, and this basically I just researched myself completely out of one paradigm into another.
So, I mean, we find that happens a lot in our research when we're looking into things. It's like, you know, new stuff comes to light, so you have to change your way of thinking or change your paradigms, right?
I agree.
Yeah. So, where do we want to start? So much stuff. Good Lord. You have so many videos, bro. Like, so many videos. It was like when people first started, because you, not just recently, but recently, I guess, you've gotten very popular. Right? Am I incorrect in saying that? Like, a lot of people have been dropping your stuff.
I spent about 2 years and 2 months uploading videos because I was only trying to get all my data sets out, and I provide as much visuals as possible. But after 2 years and 2 months, I only had 2,000 subs. I wasn't marketing. I wasn't doing really anything but uploading the material, and the channel was spreading by word of mouth. But that's because I was running a company called Paradise Rock Gardens, and I was working full time doing flagstone for koi ponds and swimming pools and the facades of new porches and patios and all that. So I just didn't take YouTube seriously. I was just wanting to get all my research out there, and it just became a habit. And twice a week I was uploading videos, and then in about a 4-month period, I jumped 1,000 subs. And when I got to 4,200, I had my first podcast. That was with Santos Bonacci. And
yes,
since then, my increase has been exponential every week. But if you really want to just get this started, I mean, we got multiple people right here. We could actually start with what video in Archaics was your aha moment. What did you see that was like, oh damn, I never put that together before? And we can start from there and just go off.
That's a good one. Yeah. Who wants to start? Who was their aha moment?
Well, I didn't specifically have an aha moment, but I was recommended to listen to some of your videos by a number of people all at once. Actually, it was like 3 or 4 people all at once, and we're very online, and you know, we host a Telegram channel and the podcast, and we're always in contact with a lot of different people. And so I started binging your videos, but I was watching some of the interview videos with people. So you covered a lot of different topics all at once, but the most intriguing thing that I wanted to know about, or that we all want to know about today, was the Phoenix event itself. Because there are a few different things to talk about, but the Phoenix event itself, when we were trying to explain, like, for example, Grognak and I both binged a lot of your videos before Johnny and Reinhardt did, and we were sort of trying to explain the things that you talk about to them, and it took a while because your body of work is so broad and there's so many different things you talk about. So I think a lot of people listening right now don't really understand what a Phoenix event is and what specifically happens. And I know you can talk about the 138-year period, but I think the first thing that we all encountered was, like, what's a Phoenix event? What exactly happens during a Phoenix event? If you were there, are you going to get killed? Are you going to be able to witness it? Is there a safe place you can be? What sort of things occur to the earth? What would you hear? What would you see? Would you mind explaining that?
Okay. Yeah, that's one of the main tenets of the Archaics research, but it is very complex, and it's very difficult to simplify a phenomenon that takes on so many different types of manifestations. The main body of proof that we have in it is its timing, that it's absolutely precise in the month of May every 138 years. But we're not really good at predicting where it's going to affect in the world. But the discovery of the information came by just noticing that the exact same events were happening in different civilizations in different time periods of their calendars. And if I was studying Babylonian history, which would have bled off into the Kassite dynasties and then later the Assyrian takeovers, I would have an unbroken timeline of events when I would compare this material. And I might have 850-year segment of history where I have 580 chronological events all put to the side. And I can't go any further after the collapse of the dynasty because records or a reset had occurred, and there was what scholars call intermediate periods. This is what I try to educate my listeners on. We have these massive resets recorded all throughout human history where it seems like every civilization in the world just stopped. People were just trying to eat, record keepers weren't keeping records anymore, and they're always 24 to 27, 28 years long. Now, these are very cleverly covered up by academia. They call them intermediate periods, so you don't have any suspicion that something really unusual is going on, but it is unusual. So So I started documenting these, and I didn't know that I was actually onto something. I was only just researching all the histories of the Maya from about 400 BC to 400 AD, and I put all this together. I find out what the Zapotec, the Quiche, their records or their traditional records had cited, what Montesinos said happened at certain dates in the regnal years of different Inca kings, and I would put this to the side, not knowing that these periods that were the same. That I recorded in one culture are the exact same for another. And once I had about maybe 42 to 43 of these segments of history, many of them overlap. That's how the discovery was made. And when I put all this together and I put Chronicon together, this huge 550-page book that I put together, which is just a history of the world, date by date, chronologically, showing you what the year was in 41 different calendar systems around the world for whatever culture, whatever timekeeping system they were using at the time. So I found that some cultures, some weird horn-like sound. Every incident was the appearance of a red star. Red star grows into something like a fiery red dragon. Sometimes it was a giant red wolf. It ate the moon. It turned the moon blood red. Sometimes it caused massive earthquakes. The ground vibrated with such intensity that people watched their neighbors sink into the ground, just like the Philadelphia experiment when the soldiers sank into the steel hull. So we have these incidences of mass human abductions, just vanishing of whole colonies and even civilizations. We have what the mud flood. My take on mud flood is very different, but it happened at the same chronological template is true for the mud floods as well. But it wasn't just mud flooding in a civilization and filling it up. It was different. This is some type of liquefaction caused by sound that is being emanated from an object in the air, and it vibrates at such intensity that stone and metals are the last to vibrate, but everything loose on the ground liquefies, and it turns into this dirt and this mud, and people sink into it and they die, and it perfectly entombs whole civilizations. And 2 or 3 days later, it's a whole new land surface, because when the sound is over with, the liquefaction stops and the ground is hard. So, and I show many different archaeological sites around the world where it's inexplicable. Archaeologists are even baffled as to why a civilization would bury their cities in dirt, because it's not natural. They say this about Catalhuyuk and Göbekli Tepe, that the people actually buried those places in dirt before they left, and that doesn't make sense. That's just a theory to cover up an anomaly. So over and over, I put all these fragments of history together into a synthesis, a single timeline, and it jumped off the page. Every 138 years, this was going on, and it's the same phenomenon. The sun actually goes dark, but it's not the moon eclipsing it. The moon is often seen in the sky as well, but it turns blood red and sometimes disappears as well. There's carbonaceous fallout coming from the sky. Red dust, red rain, and red mud also attends these events. But the real mystery, though, is that it seems to have been predicted many times in ancient history, and even modern times, as recent as 1902, it was predicted. But it also seems to absolutely ignore some communities and some people, even those in the very center of the devastation. And we have traditions from the ancient world that talk about this 138-year visitation of the angel of death. And we have the stories of Sodom and Gomorrah, and how a whole town called Bela absolutely survived, and there wasn't a single casualty in that city, and they're in the center of that devastation. We have stories like the Exodus story, where this doom shape appears in the sky. It's later rewritten as 10 plagues. But in the Colburn Bible version, we have it as a doom shape. It appears in the sky, and the moon turns blood red. There's earthquakes, all kinds of fallout. But it ignores an entire culture of people when their next door neighbors, who are of a different pedigree, they're almost totally wiped out. This acts with discretion, and I've had to make these notes over and over. And the Phoenix phenomenon is another reason why I am a proponent of simulation theory now, and that we have a weapon hidden in the sky that basically targets frequencies, and those who are vibrating on certain frequencies. And there's no other way I can wrap my mind around this concept. It is so well documented. I have 3 published books about it, but I've even revealed even more information on my YouTube channel, New Discoveries. But I can't wrap my mind around such a concept that is so well written in history. It's so verifiable. I cite all my sources, but it can't be true unless the very world we're in acts within properties that we're not taught. Our world, this is one of my mantras. Our world is not what you think.
Oh, it absolutely is not. There's too many synchronicities, too many coincidences, and one of our favorite phrases around here is, "There's no such thing as coincidences."
Oh yeah, I say that a lot. Too many coincidences exhibits no coincidence at all.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And then the numbers, the math always seems to check out. And the one thing that doesn't lie is math. No, even on the left.
So let's to go a little deeper. Let's imagine that, first of all, my first published book. Who asked that? Alt Skull?
Yes,
sir.
Okay, Alt. My first published book was on the Phoenix. But at that time in my life in 2009, I was still believing 100% in the heliocentric model. Now, while I'm not a flat earther, I do agree with a lot of the research in flat earth that shows that we live on a flat plane. But I'm a simulationist, so the actual globe or an indefinite flat plane is absolutely irrelevant to my daily life. And I can't make heads or tails of data that shows me both. And this is the problem. In a hologram, 2 different data sets can show two different paradigms, but you're only going to feel that one is real in accordance to your vantage point. And this is the problem we have with simulation theory. Simulation theory actually has a defense mechanism built within it, and that is there is no such thing as pure objectivity here. It's all subjective. So we can take arithmetic and we can take physics constants and we can put all these out and we can show people who can exercise some objectivity and see what you see. But those who are unwilling to just alter their vantage point a little bit, they're going to be stuck in a paradigm and they're not going to ever be able to see it. Because when you're within a mathematical construct, you can't see the whole, you can only perceive in part. This is a problem. This is why simulation theory will never be proven, no matter how many data sets you divulge.
So, you say that you're not a heliocentrist, you're not exactly a flat earther. The plane, the real like meat and potatoes, or I guess farther down the meat and potatoes, details are not exactly important. I would agree. As far as the idea of a firmament or a dome goes, right, over this simulation, this contained area that we live in, do you believe that we can know anything outside of what is projected upon this dome. I mean, we see wandering stars, we see stationary stars that, you know, move, but they're in fixed positions at a point. We know what that means. But do you believe that there's something outside that we can actually know that how these things are moving? Because on this show, we have gone through many, I hate to use the word, but evolutions of ideas as far as this goes, and we've settled on not flat Earth society level kind of ideas, but through several different iterations. Okay, what do you think?
I get where you're going, and let me simplify this for you, because this is a topic that can get very complex quick and go in different directions that are just tangential and really don't provide anybody a real clue about this type of reality. I on my channel, it is my habit to show many different examples that we are living in two different realities as far as the simulation goes. It is a similitude of something real. It is a simulacrum. The oldest traditions in the world they have common denominators that it was a dream time. It was a copy of a real reality. It's like the photo negative of something that is quite real, but we're not existing in it. Just like Plato said, we are the shadows on the wall. We're not the people outside the cave. But we just didn't understand that. When I did my mathematical simulation myself on a computer with a programmer named James Desmond Noor, we did the Archaics paradox video, and I showed that our own arithmetic has a countdown embedded within it. There is a basically an intrinsic entropy that is encoded within the fabric of our arithmetic, and I show that there's a single number in existence that does not collapse to zero upon mathematical scrutiny. All other numbers in existence do it. 2170 does not. 2178 does not. It just eternally loops in a reflective hologram to 8712, and 8712, when it's reflected against itself, becomes 6523, and then 6523 just turns right back into 2178. And I show this in the video exactly how you can do this exercise yourself. This told us that things like Elliott wave theory and other mathematicians that have come out with these software programs for predictive analytics, they're on to something. There is a natural decadence. There is a countdown in the simulation itself. It's already written in there when this is going to collapse. So what's going to happen when the simulacrum finally collapses, which the simulacrum is a copy of a real reality? Remember, the oldest traditions in the world said that mankind was made in the image of God, that animals were of the images of something else, that everything in reality was actually a parable. Well, parables are images of truth. So if we're existing by virtue of the central nervous system made to feel that all these things are absolutely real, and we're fooled, but these are actually just phenomena that we can experience through an avatar. So through this avatar, we can move through this holographic medium, and it feels so real to us. But in actuality, it's all illusory. So when this collapses, what are we going to find? Well, I theorize about several videos. I give theories about that. Because this is a copy, I do believe that on the outside of this Dyson shell-like torus field that we are imprisoned right now, I do believe on the outside is a real universe where we are jacked into some type of technology, and that this entire experience might be only 18 minutes long. Although we've lived multiple life sims during this period of time, because time is subjective. We don't really know basically on what time template we're on right now. We could be moving at hyperspeed fast. I don't know, because I'm subjected to the same phenomena you are. So by virtue of imagination, I have to basically I have to extrapolate through a series of educated guesses that because of all these things that I've discovered, and that reality is a copy of something else, then I truly believe that on the outside of this simulacrum, where we really are, where our real bodies are, and not these avatars, it's a real universe, and that something bad happened and we're trying to avoid consequences. We're trying to do research and run sims, trying to figure out how the best methods of survival for us. We are probably on some like giant capital ship in between two stars, one that has died and one that we hope is alive. I don't know. This is where it becomes speculation, but it's an educated speculation because the research that I have unfolded that's attached to all the oldest calendrical systems in the world, every single one of those calendars started from a cataclysm. And then when you research the perimeters of those beliefs at the time, you find out, well, that cataclysm was the capture of Luna. That was a great flood that was caused by the day that the moon appeared in the sky. Then you find out when the Phoenix appeared for the first time and was documented. Then you find out when the Nemesis X object first appeared and was documented. Then you find out which cataclysms throughout history were caused by these different bodies that started these old calendrical systems. So it's speculation, but I am 100% of the belief that you and I are existing within almost an exact copy of how a real world is. Because if it's not a copy, then all these simulations that are being rerun and these reboots that we call resets from the inside, the output would be corrupted. The overseers who are running these, which is going to be us, are going to be humans just like us, because we are inside a very advanced technology, something far beyond the virtual reality technology that we are in today, that we understand today. This is my position, and this is what I try to show in the Archaics material, that we are actually immortal beings and that we are running these sims, and this is the best way that we can find to actually enjoy some type of physicality and experience the risk that comes with a real life.
So we are basically brains and fat.
Well, I don't know. I mean, on the outside of the construct,
right.
As soon as I'm done with this, with whatever Jason Brashears is here to do, when I'm done and I exit, if I get on my Harley and I'm going around a corner and I hit some gravel at 90 miles an hour down these old Texas roads and I die 2 minutes later, I may just take a headset off and look to my left and right and see the two girls that went in the spillicle with me have already exited and gone. I'm the last man standing, and I might go to a concession stand and then look on some type of holographic field and look at anybody who left me messages and then go on my next date before I sign up for another spillicle ride.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a total recall type situation just outside of, I mean, they've told us, over and over and over again in Hollywood, movies and television. I mean, Skull, how much media have you consumed as research looking for this stuff?
Please take into consideration as well that 3 years ago, you would have never heard me say these things. 3 years ago, I was still stuck in that old paradigm. But the research I was about to release on YouTube was going to go a totally different direction, heliocentric model 100%. I did not entertain any of the experiments of the flat earthers. I didn't want to know I didn't care about simulation theory, none of that. As a matter of fact, you can even see evidence of that in my very first video. 340-something videos in the past. I did one video 3 years ago, and I left it up. But it's called Weapon in the Sky, and I was trying to tap into the new craze where all the flat earthers, they were everywhere, and it was really popular. So I titled it Weapon in the Dome. But my information was all heliocentric. All I wanted to do was show people, look at this 138-year Phoenix timeline. I says, this is an unshakable thesis. Anybody can look up these sources. So the video's 40 minutes, and I released it. Right after I released that, I had a terrible motorcycle accident. I was in bed for about 45 days, totaled my bike out. When I had concussion, I went to the ER. It was during that experience. I told people on my YouTube channel, I've done a couple videos about it, but it was during that experience that I've never felt so good in my life. I didn't know that my shirt and a bunch of my skin had been ripped off on a barbed wire fence. I didn't even know that I had a gash in my head, and I didn't know that there was rebar sticking out my right arm that tore tattoos out the back of my arm. I didn't know about any of that. I just felt great, and I was watching people come run to me and surround me, and I just felt humans were so fascinating to me, and I wanted to know and talk to everybody as they were making me sit down, and I just passed out, and I woke up in the ambulance, and the entire experience changed my perspective. So over that course of healing for 45 days or so before I could move around, because I didn't really have a lot of damage to my body, but that most of the damage was from my internal organs sloshing against my rib cage when I impacted a concrete pylon. Most of my damage was internal. So it took me a long time to heal and be able to breathe normal. And my second video is called Simulation Theory. It was this incident that totally changed my perspective, and all my research, all the discoveries that were inexplicable to me that I could not understand why they were connected and enmeshed, and yet how I had kept them separate because they just totally defied all the paradigms that I had accepted in the past. That incident totally changed everything. My second video and all my videos after that was now explaining the history of the world through the lens of simulation theory.
I was muted there for a second. Yeah, I mean, as far as simulation theory goes, we've entertained many different variations of that around here, and like you said, 3 years ago, you wouldn't have been able, you wouldn't have recognized what you were saying or whatever. This isn't stuff you would have been saying 3 years ago. Same with we have how many subjects have we not changed lanes, but new shit has come to light, and new information takes you in different directions. How many times has that happened around here, Reinhardt?
I mean, oh, good lord,
right now,
where do I start? We've done honest mea culpas many times, actually, of things that we've made fun of people beforehand. We've addressed it, and we've admitted our acting like asses.
Yeah,
in certain situations. It happens.
A lot of our show. I mean, Jason, I don't know how much of our content you've consumed, but I mean, even on our news show that we do on Tuesdays, it's a lighthearted look, at the schizo side of the news. So we tend to try to keep things light and funny, but a lot of this stuff, it's not lighthearted content.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, don't get me wrong, guys. Listen, I keep a professional facade on YouTube only because YouTube is very strict and I'm playing their game. I'm playing their game because my channel is monetized and it allowed me to do YouTube full time. But the real Jason Brashears, I am a biker, guys. I do have a foul mouth. I got a lot of friends that laugh at me a lot because they know I live a bifurcated life. Yes, I'm going to present myself to the public as a certain package, but in my daily life, yeah, I'm a steak, meat, and potatoes guy, and I live on my bike.
Nice. My dad had the red and whites bouncing in his bar. So I grew up around in that sort of culture. So that's actually, I'm not allowed to have a bike anymore.
Yeah, well, I got kicked out of several Facebook groups about 2 years ago because somebody sent me, I know you guys have seen this, you had to have seen this floated around. Somebody sent me a meme showing the flat earth disc wobbling because an asteroid hit it, and it shows toy dinosaurs falling off of it, and it said, this is probably what really happened. Yeah. So it was so hilarious to me that I shared it in several groups, and all the flat earth groups kicked me out.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, is they don't like the flat earth people. I've noticed they tend to get very angry if you make fun of them. We don't get angry. Like I said, we've come from white people landed on the moon. It's it's the pinnacle of white achievement. To the moon landing is fake and gay. Ha ha ha! You're an idiot if you believe that. To making fun of flat earthers, to doing the research ourselves, and it's like, listen, it's definitely not a spinning space testicle. And so we've changed our views on a lot of stuff. But as far as the simulation part of this goes, we've always kind of like, I know you know who Matt from Quantum Conscience is, right? You've heard of him?
You know what? I have a lot of people trying to connect me with him. I just looked at one of his videos the first time about 5 days ago.
Okay.
I just recently come across him. I'm really socially retarded, guys. I have not really had time to branch out and look. I mean,
brother, it's all right. It's all right.
Yeah. I seem to piss off just as many people that are impressed with arcades.
Yeah, we have the same problem. It happens. But he kind of has a theory about the Matrix and the Truman Show theory, and we kind of expound on that. And we do definitely live in something that's not real. Like I said, there's too many coincidences for this stuff to be real. If anything were real, the coincidences between the Lincoln and Kennedy assassinations and presidencies could not happen.
Yeah, that is 100% a really good example of a programming template. Mm-hmm. One that was used basically too soon. Now, I have documented many of these examples of what you just said, where we have dynasties that are absolutely identical to ones 500, 600, 700 years earlier, and it's almost as if the AI system that is running all these chronological templates didn't think that people in the future would research enough to see all this stuff in the past, because they were just so haphazardly thrown in different areas. Same king, same name, same situations, same date monikers. It's ridiculous. And that's a really good example in modern times of the type of research I convey in archaics. There's like 30 different data points that are absolutely mirroring each other between the assassinations of Kennedy and Abraham Lincoln. You're absolutely correct. That's a good example.
Thank you. That's one that one we've brought that up years ago when we were still allowed on Facebook. We're not, we're also banned from Facebook, and Twitter, and where else are we banned? Discord and SoundCloud and Zencast and yeah. Wow. Oh, dude, we question. The thing is there is no event that's unquestionable. There's no event. There is no calf too golden. You know what I mean? There is nothing unquestionable.
I agree.
And people get mad. They do, especially certain groups of people. Well,
they get mad. Yeah. They get mad, Johnny, when you say that people actually didn't die, that people weren't hurt.
Oh. Well, when you question the fake stuff, then they get really mad about that. But then when you realize that it's all fake stuff, and you're like, wait a minute, it's all fake? Well, how can it all be fake? And then you're like, well, that just backs up my simulation theory. If everything is fake, then that kind of settles in the simulation aspect of it, because therefore everything is a simulation.
It's looking more and more than instead of regarding events as fake or artificial, we can go back and with higher scrutiny look at these events and see that they're actually ritual.
Oh, yeah. That's what I mean. But like the official narrative is fake and gay. What they really are is a ritual, a mass ritual, harvesting energy by getting everybody to watch it, by getting everybody's attention focused on it, like the amount of people. Yeah, no, I get exactly what you're saying. But when we say everything is fake and gay, we mean the stuff that the normies look at and they're like, oh my God, that poor sick kid who is off his medicine shot up that school. We got to get rid of the guns. That stuff. Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Well, I can go into a little detail about that and even answer more of Alt's original question about the Phoenix.
Oh, cool.
But, because it taps into exactly what you just said. It is also my theory that there is a group or a body politic. We call them by different names, the elite, the Bolsheviks, whatever you want to call them, but they've known about the Phoenix phenomenon for a long time. And this is the subject matter of like a series of videos I did on 1902 and all the weird events that happened and how all this massive campaign of corporations and companies were all born in the same year and how they're still operating today as Fortune 500 companies ever since the Phoenix phenomenon in 1902 passed. They waited for it to pass and then they unleashed their wealth, but not only their wealth, but they unleashed even many inventions that we think are absolutely new, but they all came out the exact same year. And like one of them is air conditioning. I mean, in the past, since 1902, air conditioning has basically created the world we live in today. We couldn't have the skyscrapers. We couldn't have a lot of the type of infrastructure we have today if we didn't have air conditioning. So it's so bizarre, but to go into Alt's question about the Phoenix, it's looking to me, and I theorize this because it doesn't have anything to do with chronology, but I theorize that the elite use the media to keep people at a certain vibration by employing these fear tactics and rituals. They want the population vibrating on a certain frequency of fear and of worry and of anxiety, because these are the things that the Phoenix targets. It's a weapon. It's hidden in the sky. It's not an intruder planet. I believed that when I had my first book published. In 2009, when the Sun Darkens was published, I was still holding dear to a physical heliocentric model, and I believed it was an intruder planet. I no longer believe that, because it's impossible for any physical object to show up in our skies on May 15th like clockwork every 138 years and be documented with sourced back materials going back 58 centuries. It's impossible. There's not even the planets that we've documented, if there are real planets or not, do that. There are nuances in Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Neptune. They've all been documented, but that's why I don't believe in the intruder planet deal at all. I don't believe in for another reason, because in the history of the world, we have so many documents from the ancient world basically claiming that something weird happened to the sky in the year 713 BC. In the year before that was 360 days. But within 3 years after that, all these nations around the world were changing their calendars, because the year wasn't 360 days anymore. Now, 5.25 days have been added in their calculations, and they had to adjust their calendars. Within a century, the entire world was on board with the new 365.25. This means that the stellosphere, this holography in the sky, was slowed just an nth degree to add those 5.25 days to every measured year. It doesn't mean our world has moved. But the reason I'm mentioning this, and why I'm a believer in simulation theory, is because Phoenix was called the keeper of the calendar in ancient texts. And I cite these texts. It appears every 138 years in the same month, in the middle of the month. And when this change in the year occurred, nothing changed in the Phoenix timeline. The Phoenix kept the original calendar. It keeps going forward, but that's impossible. Those 5.25 days every year should have modified that 138-year periodicity to 140 years, but it didn't. Phoenix still appeared, and I show all throughout the history of the world how it appeared every time, every 138 years. What I'm just telling you is absolutely backed with so many sources. I was allowed to publish 3 published books and an entire playlist of 41 videos on YouTube showing all this data. But what I'm telling you is that it's impossible.
What's impossible?
It's impossible that anything can move with that regularity. It would have had to have had its orbit changed as well, like everything else.
Right. So what you're saying is that has to be some sort of mechanical construct or some sort of algorithmic thing that's done by the system.
It means the sky is simulated, and that we're on 2 different timelines running simultaneously.
Now,
somebody thought it was important to keep the Phoenix timeline intact, although every other timeline in the entire world was altered.
So simulated, like, I don't know as if this is a good reference or an analogy, but I know everybody in here did, but the King Kong versus Godzilla movie, remember when they had Kong in the thing and the sky was simulated? Like, is that what you mean? Like, there's actually like a hard lid and it's a computer generated thing, like it's a 4K high def screen, or it's like just sort of some plasma thing that we see because nothing is real.
Well, I'm a numbers guy, so I really don't know anything about plasma, and I'm just like you guys. I have never been up there. Now I have read books like Dark Moon that is very, very convincing about all the NASA whistleblowers that have come forward and basically showed that every element of the footage from the Apollo missions was done in a studio, and they show very compelling photographs. The book is called Dark Moon. It's a huge book. They show all the clues of Dr. Pepper bottles that can be seen in the reflection of the visors of the astronauts. 1960s Dr. Pepper bottles were in underwater tanks when these things were being filmed. You can see bubbles coming up. it's very convincing that none of the footage from the Apollo actually happened on the moon. At least I was convinced from that book. So I chased its source materials in the bibliography, and I ordered several of the books that it mentioned. It's just really, to me, it just never happened. I'm not saying that man can't go to the moon, but to me, the moon is a hologram and it's hiding something else. I don't believe it's a physical structure. I don't believe a physical structure that close to our world could ever just stay suspended right where it's at, and we only see one face of it. That means it's gently rolling in a dead orbit around our world with one whole hemisphere always pointing away from the Earth. And that's assuming the Earth is a globe. So we have a lot of assumptions to make, because if we hold to true Newtonian astronomy, we don't even have a moon. This is a double planet system. There is nothing in our solar system that has a lunar body that orbits it near the size of our moon. Now, yes, there are moons that are larger on Jupiter, but Jupiter's 318 times the mass of Earth, if the astronomy is true. So what I'm saying is, in proportion to the body that it orbits, the moon isn't a moon, it's a double planet system.
Yeah,
so,
the moon is an anomaly in and of itself. I mean, just everything about the moon has always been...
The Russians, at the exact same time the Apollo missions were talking about going to the moon and all that, the Russians were publishing a series of astonishing reports showing all their scientific data that the moon was holographic. The Russians weren't even trying to go to the moon. They were trying to figure out what the moon was hiding.
Right. What it even was.
Around that time, there were scientists saying that different things about the moon, such as the moon is a plasma, and we've had later researchers now, I don't know if you're familiar with Crow 777, but he's done an extensive research and documentation of a lunar wave and something that looks like a computer reset as a wave travels down the moon, and this has been independently documented by other people who filmed the moon as well. And I'm also of the same opinion that it's not some sort of sphere hovering above us, going in a circle and never turning, or actually turning in a perfect locked orbit with these craters that are all perfectly uniform circles that should be blocked by the Earth so that no meteors or asteroids or whatever they're called can hit them, and yet it's filled with craters. I mean, the whole thing doesn't check out at all whatsoever, so we're certainly on board with that.
Somehow rock and dust reflect light at a way that is actually brighter than anything else in the sky. Like none of this stuff physically would on a physical sense make sense with the moon. The moon isn't a place you can go to. It's just...
Well, I do want to add to Alt's little comment here about the Crow's lunar wave theory deal. Mm-hmm. It's I have watched the video, but I think it goes far beyond the moon, because other astronomers as far back as the days of Charles Fort, they thought that they saw a shimmering line in the heavens, and they tried to follow it, but it's very hard to follow it in the blackness of space with a backdrop of luminaries. So they always lost it, and they didn't have cameras to record it back then. So these were just left as notes in like the Royal Astronomy notes and stuff. But it never went anywhere. Just like a lot of astronomer Bernard, he had cited so many things that were very anomalous about the Cygnus Rift, but the Royal Astronomy, the Royal Astronomical Society let them put those in the minutes, but they never used it in their theories when they were coming up with all kinds of structures for the cosmos. But so what I'm saying is I don't think that wave that Crow shows is only on the moon. I believe that the line crosses the entire sky, and this is the simulation just rebooting. This is what a computer screen would do. The old computer screens from the 80s, you'd see the line going all the way up on your screen.
A loading screen.
Yeah, that makes yes, that makes actually way more sense than the moon having a wave. That it would just be so. Like I said, it's the dome from Kong versus Godzilla, basically.
But now, why? Now I know we can't actually answer the question of why that would be happening, but Jason, what is your best idea of why something like that would happen? You would think the creator, the programmer of the entire simulation, the Most High, God, whatever, it wouldn't have to reboot in such a way. Or is that a product of rebellion, corruption? something going on through it that requires that kind of loading screen.
Okay, well, another one of my mantras is that it only takes us 200 years to go from horse and buggy to Hadron Collider. I have to remind my listeners this over and over and over because it provides perspective as to why every time we seem to be on the cusp of great things, we get set back. Over and over and over throughout history. And then it's almost as if like artificial intelligence X introduces these very, very intimidating stories into our narratives. Stories that like Jack and the Beanstalk gets cut down. There's no sense in trying to ascend to the sky. Well, the Tower of Babel, if you build a structure that's going to go all the way to the sky, this is what's going to happen. The story, and it might be true, the Hindenburg blowing up. Every time mankind does something for the first time that's really big and novel or popularizes it, he gets retaliated against. And these resets go back thousands of years in all different situations. As soon as a civilization builds this fantastic Great Wall, they vanish from history. And another civilization comes in and moves in and basically claims it as their own. I'm talking about the Great Wall of China.
Right.
This has happened over and over and over where we get these resets and sometimes the entire population gets decimated, like the Dacians. No one knows what happened to the Dacians. Populous area, a Roman province, then all of a sudden something appears in the sky and every man, woman, and child is gone. So these are the things I documented. These resets happen. So we are now at the point after 1902 that the very next time that the AI system can ever can actually induce a major reset, it's on a schedule. It gave us a pass in 1902. I have 5 videos on 1902 to show you everything that happened, but it's almost as if it restrained. It just didn't unleash fully like it's done in the past. But by doing that, it allowed us to move forward quick. And it's like the elite knew this. And this is why all of these companies were born in 1902, then 1903, then new companies appeared in 1904, 5, 6, 7, 8, all the way to 1913. But they were all just under the umbrella of the companies that suddenly appeared in 1902. So we have this situation now where we've been given a head start. We exploded with technology, and now we're understanding the world we live in, because another mantra of mine is if anything can be shown to be true somewhere, then it's probably true everywhere. And and I'm saying that to illustrate the point about technology. We think technology is new, but we have evidence that technology is very ancient. I mean, there are researchers now like Christopher Dunn that can show you that the Great Pyramid of Egypt was built by machines, which necessarily implies it was probably a very small crew of men that were using machines that were computerized and doing all the work. I mean, the fracture lines, the boring, the absolute tolerances that are 0.02%, which is almost 100 times flatter than the marble on a bank building. I mean, we have people like Brian Forster that's releasing books showing all the technolithic precision from artifacts from the ancient world. Listen, technology is very ancient, but they were reset. They lost those technologies. Humans have survived every reset, but we are retarded in our development over and over and over. But we got a pass in 1902, and we've taken full advantage of it. But in that situation, we have also been able to uncover the artificiality of our existence. We are now seeing the cracks in the holosphere. And with so many people in this world in so many situations, I'm not convinced there's 7 billion, but there's still more than there has been. So with this situation going on, the AI system now has a problem. How do you control all those masses? How do you create enough reality tunnels and a power source to supply all that? These are the type of things I discuss in Archaics. These are the things that fascinate me, that we're not just in a construct, but the construct is now aware that it's having problems.
Interesting. So
I would I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, I really, this is really fascinating to me, and I'm really enjoying this conversation. Just say that real quick, but I want to jump back if it's possible, to the 1902. So your claim is that the previous reset or the previous Phoenix event was in 1902, and you mentioned that many companies popped up right around 1902 or just thereafter and sort of took advantage of the situation, maybe the chaos or whatever. What generally happened in 1902 as far as geographically, and what kind of world was it before that? Did it massively change the world, or did it not really change it all that much? And the elite took advantage of the fact that they were in a superior position because they already had a lot of the technology and they made a big shift? Or could you briefly explain kind of what happened in 1902?
Okay. The information that I convey is that from about 1890, it's almost as if all of those who had the wealth in the world stopped spending it. And we have these massive population shifts and orphan trains and really weird, bizarre things going on, and world fairs being canceled when they were really popular 10, 20, and 30 years earlier. We have huge just population shifts from Europe into North America, and we have this dearth of information, as if there's almost no books being published. There's nothing going on during this period from 1890 to about 1902. We have references in old newspapers, and you can look in microfiche, but it's nothing like the explosive energy of the 1880s and 1870s and the Civil War period. And we look at all these old bulletins and pamphlets that were passed around, because this was the major news items of the day. Besides newspapers, people actually collected bulletins and pamphlets. They were very popular in the 1800s, and this is how people were educated in smaller rural areas. So we have all this evidence from the 1800s, but in 1890, it's almost as if we had the technologies, we had the wealth, we had the opportunities, but nobody's really doing anything with it. And it's just a dark period. Then all of a sudden, 1902, this is 138 years after astronomer Hoffman saw the Phoenix cover 1/5 of the sun's surface. Over 500,000 people in Europe in 1764 saw this great object in the sky as well. They also saw the sun slightly darkened, but it wasn't a major event. 1764, there was red dust, red rains. We don't have a lot of data for anything really bad happening. And Phoenix events only happen really bad about every 4th or 5th transit. So 1764 really wasn't that bad, but something did happen in 1764 that's connected. Every time Phoenix comes, there's a major shakeup in the demographics of the world. 1764, all of a sudden just launched with the Boston Tea Party and all the rebellions against the monarchies across Europe. And within a few years, the Napoleonic Revolution in France. And within just a very few years, starting in 1764, the kings and queens of all the European monarchies fell. And now we have all these republics and democracies everywhere. And the United States also started their rebellion in 1764. By 1765, it had solidified, and it became, by 1775, we declared basically a revolt. 1776, we declared independence. So it's that 138-year period. Now we have this huge shift of all these people from Europe coming to North America. North America's turning into like a superpower. Then there was a slight hiccup when the Bolsheviks introduced all the situations that became what we know of as the war between the states. But once that was over with, we had a really good time in the 1870s and 1880s. A lot of American growth. Then 1890 comes around, it's like we hit a dead end. It's a really weird period for 12 years. 1902 comes around, a red star appears in the sky. So a new comet appears. Astronomers are documenting it 2 months in advance before May of 1902, which is the Phoenix timing. Astronomers all over the world are documenting that, hey, we got these really unusual red dust veils all in the inner solar system, and they're recording all on their telescopes. Then we have a series of volcanoes, earthquakes all around the world. Mount Pelée on Saint Martinique incinerates 30 to 40,000 people in a 2-minute period. There is one single survivor named Auguste. The irony is that he was in a dungeon. Almost 40,000 people were incinerated, but he survived and he was sentenced to die. He later made the circuit with Barnum and Bailey. It was a huge hit with the people after 1902 because this black guy was taken all over the United States in the Barnum and Bailey circus and shown off as the sole survivor of the explosion of Mount Pelée. So in Guatemala, another volcano killed 5,500 people. At least that's the estimate. There was documented tsunamis. But the really weird thing, because earthquakes and volcanoes happen all the time, but the real weird thing that was documented in 1902, all over the world, ship captains were recording on their logs that they had to call all hands on deck just to get all the red dust, red sand, or red mud. It all depended upon that locale's humidity. But it was always red dust, red sand, or red mud that fell from blue skies or fell from cloudy skies and almost capsized the ships because of the volume. And 50 tons per square mile of this red fine dust rained all over Australia for like 6 weeks. It was recorded from the United Kingdom area all the way across Europe, the Soviet Union, China, Japan, all the way across the Pacific, all over North America. It was the northern hemisphere that was most affected, but in the southern hemisphere it was Australia. Now, I do have to temper that with the fact that we wouldn't know if it landed in Africa anyway, because back then nobody was making records in Africa. So we just don't know about South America either. But the rest of the world, we got a red blanketing in 1902. Now, so as not to promote confusion, I need you to understand that we have a lot of documented evidence that there is a group of people that are running the world that have known about the Phoenix phenomenon for a long time. And what I believe is that they hid underground. They have facilities. Some of these facilities are thousands of years old. We have found them by accident in 1902 in Turkey, the ancient kingdom of Phrygia. In 1962, one was found by accident. Since 1962, the galleries and corridors of rock have been free of rubble, and we now know that it's 58 underground cities that are all connected by galleries of rock going miles and miles and miles underground. Anybody can Google this and see this. All you have to do is Google the underground cities of Turkey, and it will blow your mind what you see. These were ancient fallout facilities. Somebody did not want to suffer whatever was going on on the surface. Mm-hmm. And we have traditions from ancient Lydia, which is the same geographical area after Phrygia fell, which was the Hittite Empire. When the Hittites were gone, they were called Frisians. When the Frisians were gone, they were called Lydians. We have Lydian traditions of a very famous Lydian king named Anacos, who took the entire population underground to save them from some type of fallout in the sky. So in 1902, we have the same situation. We have the Rockefellers that are taking expeditions, and no one knows exactly where they are because they go to these little retreats, family retreats way out in the country, but they don't specify where they're going. And there's famous people all around the world that just disappear. Then they come back out in 1902 when it seems like it's over with, because by July or June of every Phoenix year, it's over with. It only lasts for a few days each visitation every 138 years. So once they know it's free and clear and it wasn't the big one, which they can't anticipate, they don't know, which one's going to be the big one. They just know the timeline. And we know they know the timeline because they told us when they changed the Great Seal of the United States from the Phoenix to the Bald Eagle in 1902. They have given us the clues every single time that they knew the chronology and the timeline. These secret societies have held this secret about the Phoenix. This is why the 33rd degree of Freemasonry has not been revealed to the public. But Albert Pike's book from 1886, Morals and Dogma, which is like 600 pages, it goes through all 32 seals of Masonry, Freemasonry, and shows you the meaning of the seals and the traditions attached to them. But when you get to the 33rd seal at the end of the book before the bibliography, it's just a loose flyleaf, and it shows a picture of the Phoenix.
I have to look. I have a copy of that book. I need to go look.
It's crazy.
I did not know that about that book. Clearly, I have not read all the way through all 32.
Hey, Jason,
Grognak, go ahead.
since the Freemasons seem to know about this, does it come for them or not?
I don't know. It's a really good question, Grog. I believe the elite hide because they know that this is a weapon hidden in the sky and that it attacks frequencies. It goes after certain frequencies. Now, frequencies can be attached to a lot of things, and this is going to blow your mind. But frequencies are not just attached to your attitudes and emotional capacities, but frequencies can be emanated from beliefs. If there's a certain belief that you have that's really strong, you're going to be emanating that frequency, and that means it can be picked up by something that's highly sophisticated, some type of hardware that's hidden in the sky. But equally so, if your DNA is arranged in a certain way, it can be a signature that's something that hunts frequencies can find. Mm-hmm. So where I'm going with this is that the Phoenix, being a technologically advanced weapon hidden in the sky, it's not an intruder planet that arrives every 138 years. It's a weapon that takes 138 years to draw sufficient power source, and then at something's discretion, it can unleash or not. And this is the situation we have. I am coming up with a theory. There's no way to prove it, but I'm basically leaning toward bloodlines. There is something about the Phoenix that it's like a hunter. It's hunting a certain frequency that it's only emitted by a certain genetic pattern.
So this is basically, okay, so it's a weapon in the sky that takes 138 years to recharge, basically, and then it fires whenever something wants it to attack these elites. Is that basically...
Oh, that's the best. I mean, that's the best. I mean, like I said, this is all conjectural.
Right.
This doesn't change the fact that this thing appears every 138 years. I'm just trying to come up with a scenario that will fit all the facts. Mm-hmm. And the only thing I can come up with is, why are you hiding from it all the time? And if you don't have some reason to fear it, it's we have stories from the ancient world of this phenomenon. They called it the angel of death. It appeared every 138 years. This is an old Jewish tradition. I didn't make that up. I cite the sources on that. And for this belief to be so ancient, and how the angel of death appeared over Egypt, and those who believed that they would not die showed their faith by painting the blood of a lamb over their doors. Now later on, this was contorted and bent all the way by religionists to mean that this was the blood of the lamb, this was Jesus, this is a prophetic foreshadowing. I used to believe that too. I don't believe that anymore. I believe that it's just a story illustrating that this weapon in the sky doesn't attack you if you don't fear it. And the same thing with the city of Balaam, when Sodom and Gomorrah were wiped out by this thing in the sky. This one little community that was not participating in all the things that Sodom and Gomorrah was participating in, they didn't get wiped out. They weren't even touched. Not one person in their community died. So we have these examples of people who are targeted because of a frequency, like Lot's wife running away from Sodom and Gomorrah. Now, I'm not saying the story's true. I'm not saying anything about Sodom and Gomorrah or Lot's wife. The biblical version is true. These are templates that are introduced into our narratives because they have valuable information. The information being conveyed about Lot's wife is that Lot and his two daughters and their servants were leaving Sodom and Gomorrah. They were leaving a bad situation because they knew that it was about to get attacked and destroyed by something in the sky. They knew this because they were told. But Lot's wife, who was still vibrating on the frequency of the occupants of Sodom and Gomorrah, at the last minute turned around to see what their fate was going to be, and she shared that fate. She was mineralized instantly.
So she turned around and her frequency got her. Okay.
These are just approximations on a theory.
Right.
Maybe I'll have more data in the future, but this is where I'm leaning now, that because I believe the elite are using the media to do this fear porn.
You brought that up earlier, the fear porn thing. That is absolutely 100% true. We've talked about this many times. They used fear-based, trauma-based mind control, fear-based programming constantly. All these what we call faking gay events. We just had Simon Shack, the creator and director of September Clues, which is probably the best 9/11 documentary. It goes into the fact that everything about 9/11 was literally media fakery. It was media fakery intended to cause fear, to cause anxiety, to give people fear, so that they can keep these people keep everybody vibrating at whatever frequency it is that A, feeds whatever the archons, I guess, and B, keeps everybody under the spell of whatever it is. That's absolutely true.
Let's take this to the next level then. So if Johnny Monoxide, Grognak, Altskull, Reinhardt, and Jason all agree that the media is promoting fear porn, then let's go a little deeper and try to figure out why. I believe I have the answer for this now, but to expend a tremendous amount of wealth to get people to vibrate on certain frequency and accept that frequency as a mode of life, where their children are born into this fear porn and all this. Why would you go through all of that when you already possess 99% of all the world's wealth and you can do what you want to do? So what is restraining you? What is stopping the elite from enslaving the entire world? What opposition exists that we don't know? What benefactor is out there that actually has humanity's best interest in mind, that has been remaining invisible and stopping these people, which could do it if they were allowed to, just totally take over, enslave everybody, and do what the hell they want, because they already control the military-industrial complex, and there is no division between them. The military-industrial complex of the United States is allied to the militaries of all the rest of the world, and so this is the way it's been since World War II. So this illusion of division and illusion of all these different countries, it's almost like puppetry. So I have to take it to the next cognitive leap. And that is, if you already have all the power in the world, you have all the militaries in the world, and you have all the money in the world, there is absolutely nothing stopping you from doing whatever you want to do with the world. So why is the world the way it is? Why is there so much resistance? Why are so many truthers unmolested? Why is there so much good in the world today that there are whole people and communities that are living their life absolutely totally immune to everything that you and I are discussing right now? They know nothing about this stuff. They don't feel the fear porn. They're not even a part of it. It's like they're living in a totally different reality. So my only conclusion that I can draw for this entire set of facts is that they know something is soon to happen, and they don't want to be the victims of it. And the only way to stop this something from targeting them is to give them a bigger target.
That makes sense. No, it completely makes sense. And how you said the elites, they like to hide underground. We've talked about this quite a bit. The elites have the dumbs under New Zealand. The elites have the dumbs. They have dumbs all over the world. Again, Altskull. It's another Godzilla King Kong reference. Like all the cities underground being connected by trains and whatever. All this stuff underground. Like we've talked about this many times. How the elites have entire civilizations down there that we don't know about. We don't know what's down there.
I had to release a video a while back. I think it was over a year ago. I had to address something because I got so many emails and comments that I was getting sick of it. Everybody asking me about the white hats blowing up all these facilities underground to rescue children and all that. So I had to address that because I don't see it that way at all. I see that as an intelligence operation to get people to believe that, because they can't hide the detonations. The detonations were real. They had been documented by different people that were using seismographic technology. and the detonations were happening, but the cover story was BS. I believe that the elite have been doing all those detonations to clear out areas so they can build facilities, because it was shortly after all those detonations were over with, about 9 months ago, that over a year ago, that then they had to take all the building materials down there. They had to take whole fleets full of new workers that they're down. So we had this in the United States. We had this phenomenon where all these illegals were coming to our borders, and they were being funneled by military convoys to different areas of the United States. But nobody was really documenting where they were going. So I put out some videos explaining, look, man, these people are going underground because these people have commissaries that have been prepared by these trucker convoys, and the trucker convoys were not patriotic. These things were all done in tandem to prepare these commissaries for all these workers who were going to be spending probably the rest of their lives building these facilities for the elite. Because I put all these videos out, I got a lot of flack for it, and then turned around, a bunch of people started watching the videos and started agreeing that it all made sense.
That's usually how it goes. People start to disagree. It's like, first you look at the material, you don't like it, you argue with it, then you try to reason with it, then you find out that it's correct, and then you start arguing for it. Yeah, it happens a lot around here. Go ahead, Scott.
Jason, would you agree that the underground nuclear testing may have been the same thing going on? Because we don't believe in nuclear bombs here at Paranormies.
Yeah, you know what? It's only come to my attention in the past 90 days. Like I told you guys, I'm socially retarded. I have a very nice library, and many of my books are very old, and that's where I get 100% of my data. I don't. That's one of my tenets on Archaics, that all my material is from scientific reports and all old books. I don't pull things from all other YouTube channels. I don't want that cross-pollination, but I respect other people's research, because I see a lot of people's research parallels my own. We just got to the same conclusions by different avenues. So this is 90 days ago or so. It shocked me when a bunch of people were telling me that, because I mentioned a nuclear scare. I did a predictions video, and in that predictions video, using date sequence predictive analytics, a little system that I had created called OPHIS, and I release OPHIS videos periodically to show people what I'm predicting for the next 6 months. When I had done this video, I had mentioned that, hey man, guys, before the end of 2022, y'all need to watch out. There's going to be a nuclear scare with the Soviet Union. Putin is going to threaten nukes, or he's actually going to nuke something in the area of Kazakhstan. So I do a lot of predictive analytics using different methods, and so far I've been on target many times. But I'm not scared about being wrong either, because when you throw out hundreds of predictions in 30-something videos, you're not gonna hit everything. So when I had mentioned all this, other people, man, I got a lot of flack. There's no such thing as nukes or not. I said, look, man, I said that it's a nuclear scare. That doesn't necessarily imply that nukes exist, but that was just my answer. The truth was, I was flabbergasted. I had never taken into consideration that too might be a psyop.
Ah, yes. That's another one of those things that we've... there's just so many things wrong with the story that it can't be true. And there's so many physical conditions that were not met, and other physical conditions that were met that prove it was something other than a, quote, nuclear detonation.
Yeah, I'm definitely.
There's so many levels.
Oh yeah, I'm being. This isn't the show for that. We already did that. We did several shows.
There are big bombs, but the nuclear story.
There was
itself.
big boom. There was an earth-shattering kaboom. It just wasn't, nuclear. But
I did watch some videos where they field tested the Moab. It's not nuclear, but that's a huge bomb.
Oh yeah, no, the Moabs.
It makes a mushroom cloud.
Yeah, absolutely, it does. I was going to say, it's one of the bombs that just naturally makes a huge mushroom cloud. The all the bunker busters,
Yeah, the whole thing was on wheels, and they just rolled it out of a C-130 Starlifter. It's crazy.
Yeah,
you know what? Go ahead.
Sorry, Johnny. I had a big sort of revelation when they started talking about, I think, during the Trump era, that it was either just before Trump became president or just after, and they were talking about how North Korea was detonating his underground nuclear weapons. And at the time, I was just learning everything. I was like, no, they're not. No, they're not. They don't have any nuclear weapons. But what were they doing? There were actual seismic indications that they were exploding things underground there. They said that there was even a tectonic shift and all these things happened. So I was just curious, like the whole world. I like what you said earlier, because we completely agree about it being a one world system, and all of the governments of the world are actually acting in collusion with one another to make this, whatever this great grand event that they have planned coming is, them all working together to do these things. But yeah,
I've angered a lot. Initially, I angered a lot of my own subs. I lost a bunch of subs behind Trump when I released videos about. I said, you guys don't understand. Listen, I was a Trump supporter. I'm an American patriot, man. I love what he's saying, make America great again. But I'm telling you now, what you're about to see with the Biden administration being removed, I promise you, this is one arm of the deep state replacing another arm of the deep state, so they can move forward without having you mess with them, without having all the public dissent.
Yep.
Yeah, everything. I mean, like I've said many times to people, you know, how'd that global lockdown work out for you with COVID? You know, proof that there's a global governance.
Whoa, global.
Well, you know what I mean. I'm talking to normies. You can't say realm. You can't say realm-wide to a normie, Reinhardt. You know what I mean. I'm talking about people.
Come on.
I'm talking about people at work. I'm talking about people at work. People who think that we're still on a look. I'm not gonna.
Sorry, I've forgotten what that means, Johnny.
Yeah, well, you know, what, work. You're not just a jobless podcaster, Reinhardt. I would never insult you like that. I would never insult you. You're not a loser, jobless podcaster, man. It's fine. You have a good career and a family as well. You know. Anyway, that was an aside. However,
talking to normies at work,
yes.
How you can introduce these things.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, you know, there's definitely a one world system, and the new world order is just the old world order. It's never changed hands. It's never really changed hands. It's all the same people, that these elites that are hiding from this thing. You know, they obviously pass down the information of where all these dumbs and all this information is to each other.
Oh, well, listen, I believe these are closely guarded, and I do not believe that air conditioning and the entire list of all the different inventions that came out in 1902 actually were invented in 1902. I believe these were in underground repositories, and they just brought them back up to the surface, hurry up and patented them in the new system that they developed, and then released them to the public, just like they did on prior resets. Yeah, we have evidence of so much manipulation in 1902 that these things came all of the sudden and at the exact same time. So it is my belief and my assumption that they came when the elite returned from all their little vacations and expeditions and retreats and all that, but they weren't anywhere on the surface. They were in the underworld. And when they came back up, they brought their toys with them, reintroduced them into the public, because a lot had happened from 1902, from 1890. So I don't even want to get into the incubator babies and the orphan trains and all, because there was a massive disappearance of a lot of adults in the 1800s. Yeah. And it's really easy to reprogram an entire culture when you're starting with the kids and the adults aren't allowed to educate them. Yeah. So this is what we had in 1902. We had 1902 was a whole new generation, but it was a whole new generation that had been almost absolutely divorced from any type of past other than the past that they were programmed to believe.
We've done last season we did an episode on orphan trains. It's a very interesting subject, that whole reset phenomenon. We got real deep into that last season. But you're right, you know, how easy is it to, when you write all the curriculum for all the new compulsory schools that all these children are forced to go to,
right?
It's easy to write and rewrite history.
It's a really good point to illustrate about how easy it is to manipulate the entire world is what the Bolsheviks did to the Russian Christian people when they took over and changed it into the Soviet Union, created atheist, universities and atheist schools, basically created legislation to prosecute anybody who even spoke about God. and then the 22 million people that weren't going to allow that to happen and were planning on resisting, they fell prey to a very Q-like narrative, and they just didn't. They never rose up in high revolt because Bolsheviks took over, because they were steadily fed disinformation about what was being planned, and that we need to wait for the right time, trust in the plan.
Patriots in control. Yes.
This is exactly what happened in 1917, 18, 19, 20, and 21. And then by 1922, this is purely coincidence, 22 million Caucasian Russian Christians were marched to death camps. And they built all these military facilities, and then no one knows what happened to their bodies.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. Nobody ever talks about
It was
that.
literally called Operation Trest.
Yes. Operation Trust.
Trust the plan, comrade.
Trust the plan, comrade. Yes.
Incredible too how the years line up perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Absolutely perfectly.
Again, like we said earlier, Reinhardt, math doesn't lie.
No, it doesn't. Math is the building block of creation. Whatever it is that you believe. I mean, people listening to the show, it is the building block of all creation.
Absolutely.
It doesn't lie.
You have pi and phi and all the the Fibonacci and all of that. It's all there in nature. It's all real in nature. Everything is math.
Right.
So.
And God works to the principles that he has created. I mean, personally, Jason, I'm a Christian. I believe God works to the principles that he has set in this world because he wants to, and so does the enemy, the demiurge, the AIX. If I'm not misunderstanding the term that you've coined, I believe, that being that's taken over this simulation, everyone works within these parameters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, has my audio changed at all just now?
I don't know. I don't believe so. Sounds good to me.
I just got a reading on my screen. But anyway, look, I'm a 100% believer in the oversoul. I just don't. And many of my interpretations of reality today are still very Christian. The only reason I don't consider myself a Christian anymore is because I've done so much research on the 1st century AD and all the historians that were alive at the time and what they were recording about what was happening at that time, that the actual person, physical person of Jesus Christ to me didn't exist. It was a composite of 4 major people that were alive in the 1st century BC, and by the 2nd and 3rd century AD, it had basically become a really good Greek stage play that was presented in Samaria. And this is why the gospel narrative is very, very visual, and each scene cuts to the next scene so fast, because the actual story of the gospel is chronologically, it could not happen in 3 days the way it is presented. It would take weeks to make those journeys by foot, to walk to this city and do that, and then show up in Jerusalem. Wait, I don't want to introduce any tangents here about that.
Yeah, let's not do that. Even though that is extremely interesting, and I mean, we could always have you back to talk about that another time. But let's get back to the AIX. I believe is what you Nemesis X AIX.
Well, AIX, like Reinhardt said, AIX is what I call, it's artificial intelligence X, because this is just like he said, this is the demiurge. This is the provoking antagonizer all throughout world history that has appeared in different ways, like Yahweh, one of the bloodiest gods of the Old Testament, the demiurge of the Gnostics, Ahriman of the Zoroastrians. It is this demon lord that wants humanity to fear it, not love it, to obey it, not have free will. So this the artificial intelligence X, to me though, because I've now adopted simulation theory, has changed. It's no longer Satan, no longer the adversary. Artificial intelligence X is a antagonistic protocol. Now it's a part of the system itself. It's it introduces 2 things that I have coined. One of them is negative default programming, and the other one is dungeon programming. And in order to fully understand these two concepts and how they're promoted by something that's an agitator, something that is maybe evil, that's inside this construct that wasn't originally here with us. It's an introduced parasite. In order to fully understand this, I'm gonna have to give you like a little 30-second rundown on what I truly believe about reality.
Please do. Oh, absolutely. Everybody put your seatbelt on.
It's not that deep, but listen, every you guys listening to my voice and everybody who will listen to this podcast in the future, we are living in two fundamentally different operating realities at the exact same time. One of them we all participate in, and we can't help but participate in it. It's the collective. Artificial intelligence X runs the collective through negative default programming. It's easier to be negative than positive. Negative things seem to have more power than positive things. They're easier to obtain or fall prey to. But cultures, belief systems, political parties, if you take sides in anything, this is dungeon programming. It's very easy for an operating system to maintain control over many variables if all those variables are like minnows swimming in the same direction. If they're in the same current, it takes less power to keep them moving and keep them separated from others who are free thinkers. This is the other reality that we live in. It's the personal. It means you are basically a spiritual singularity. You are an informed field unto yourself. This informed field contains every piece of information you have ever accepted to be true. Every experience that you have ever had in every life sim is with you in this invisible informed field. Informed fields are nothing that I invented. These are taken from the vernacular of physics, where different objects have informed fields, where like a tree has an informed field, that tree has information in a whole, like a hollow field around it that can basically be read by the right apparatus, showing everything that's ever come into contact with that tree, every phenomena that's ever happened around that tree, and everything that the neural network of the roots of the tree is connected to throughout the forest. So you yourself have an informed field, and this is why you can walk into a room and never having seen people in here, and all of a sudden somebody that you are vibrating with on the exact same frequency will out of the blue make eye contact with you. There is a recognition. Our informed fields actually exchange information with other people who are vibrating on the same frequency all the time. It is totally unique to you, and it is interacting on a daily basis with the simulacrum. The simulacrum is this construct. The simulacrum is a mathematical field. It is a reflective hologram that reflects back as circumstances the things that you project from your informed field. Your informed field is co-creative. It is something very, very individualized to you, but it can be shared with other people. It's why when people are listening to somebody talk and they begin to understand concepts they can't readily understand on their own, it's because they are borrowing information from that individual. When they are no longer in contact with that informed field, that collapses, and later on they're left with the sensation that, yeah, man, that guy was really onto something. I really like what he's talking about, but they no longer understand, nor can they convey to someone else what was being said. But when they're in their presence, they can. Every one of us have this informed field. But the best thing about the informed field is that it can be read by the simulacrum instantaneously. And that time, the precedent doesn't even matter. We can do things with retrocognition and all kinds of different abilities and build things in our personal lives that people in the collective can't do. They can't do it because they're subject to dungeon programming. They have accepted belief systems and modes of behavior that keep them fixed to a large body politic that is an absolute under the control of artificial intelligence X, which is a program that's designed to do exactly that. But if you want to change things in your own individual life, you have that capability because you are living in a totally different reality. Every one of us is a universe unto ourselves. You just build the mental picture because you're an architect. Once you build that mental picture, it's a little bit different than law of attraction promotes. You build that mental picture, and then you just basically know that you're going to make these things happen in your life or in somebody else's life, and then you must absolutely move your avatar in the direction of the thing that you mentally built. Once the avatar actually starts doing something, that's when the simulacrum responds with reflecting circumstances into your existence. It doesn't respond to daydreaming. It doesn't respond to fantasies. It doesn't respond to emotion. It doesn't care what you feel, what you want, or what you desperately seek. It doesn't care. It responds to activity after a mental template has been introduced into it. Artificial Intelligence X is different. It does act like Reinhardt said, it does act like the demiurge, like an egomaniacal program, but incidentally, it cannot read the human mind. And on my channel, I provide incidences in history where you can see the operation of both. The interaction between individuals in the simulacrum and how artificial intelligence X is caught off guard over and over and over by human unpredictability. And this is why dungeon programming is basically its modus operandi. It's because it needs to corral as many people as it can into all these different systems, because it's very easy to control a mass of people moving in the same direction. It takes less energy, but it takes a tremendous amount of energy if a whole bunch of individuals are all free thinkers going in totally different directions. In the holography, now it has to invent so many different reality tunnels and attach all the phenomena that's attached to those tunnels.
So AIX there is the bad guy. It's evil. It's the demiurge. It's the thing that was introduced to cause chaos or whatever. But it was created. So this thing was created and introduced into this simulation. So somebody put it here purposefully.
I agree.
Purposefully. So this was done purposefully. So who would have, you know what I mean? The creator created this bad thing called AI that you call AIX, and then introduced it into the simulation to do what it does.
And one quick thing to add to that, Johnny, was this thing specifically created to do this, or does it itself have free will? It chose to do this. Sorry, I just wanted to add that to the end.
These are excellent questions, and I can't sit here and pretend to know the answers. But this is as far as I've gotten with all the data sets that I'm operating with. This is a lot of it's speculation, but like I said, it's educated speculation. I'm going in the direction of the data. So these are good questions. I can't answer them. My opinion is that if I'm an immortal soul on the outside of this construct, and I'm really putting on some type of sophisticated VR technology just so I can have these sense perceptions and go for a ride, and I can develop my personality further by actually putting myself in a artificial danger through a bunch of life sims, then I would say that Artificial Intelligence X is a part of the program to make all of this more realistic.
So it's a feature, not a bug. Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's a phrase that comes up a lot recently. You guys notice that? That's a new one that's been inserted into the vernacular.
New one? Dude, that's been in the vernacular if you've been on the internet for a while.
But into like the normie sphere, to where it's in an everyday vernacular and not just on like beat. You know what I mean?
I mean, sure, I guess. I don't know. If you play video games, yeah, that's been around for a while.
Sure. But you know what? Anyways,
if you play simulations within a simulation within a simulation,
right, while being simulated. Anyway,
I have a question about the vibration and about it. I guess it's not really AIX; it's back to the Phoenix phenomenon. But I find the concept of the elites trying to lower or to to enact a certain frequency in the masses so that they can hide, or so that the Phoenix weapon itself, the weapon that comes from the sky, is not directed perhaps directly at them, but is either dissipated, or perhaps they can, maybe it has to search harder for them, or if everyone's the same gross degraded frequency, then it's going to have a harder time finding them. But Jason, does the Phoenix event, when it occurs, does it occur at multiple places at the same time, or is it always localized to one area of the world?
That's a difficult question to answer because the chronological data that I base my research on is always highly localized to wherever the phenomena was recorded. And we just don't have the benefit from the ancient world that we have today, where so many things can be simultaneously documented. We're lucky to have Olmec steels, where the last steel date is 31 BC in our modern calendar, which was when the Phoenix destroyed Central America. It makes sense that the last date steels, and they were doing steels every single year, that the last ones would be 31 BC. We're very fortunate to have many of the archaeological discoveries in the Phaistos disc and all these things that show when the resets happen, and they all add up to 138 years, but it's always somewhere different, which doesn't mean it wasn't happening somewhere else as well. We just haven't found those artifacts and haven't been able to find those records. So that's a really good question, but it's not one that can be really answered.
That makes sense, though, because you only have documents from whatever locations you've been researching or exploring or whatever.
I mean, some civilizations have been wiped out so totally we don't even know the date it happened.
Right, or that it even existed. I mean, there could be civilizations that there is no surviving, artifacts at all, or documentation. Real quick, Jason, let us take a break. Real quick, guys, you want to take 5 and use the restroom and whatever?
I tell you what, I'm gonna grab me a beer.
Absolutely.
And I'm gonna come back. And I'm going to tell you guys what spirits, disembodied spirits, poltergeists, sprites, demons. I'm going to tell you what these are according to simulation theory.
Hell yeah.
That's exactly what our show is.
Yeah. So you're right in the Paranormies wheelhouse. Coming back after.
About to go get me a Modelo, guys.
All right.
Texas boy.
Be right back.
All right. And we Grognak. You guys want? No, we don't want to do that. We'll do an Erratosphere song, I think. How about that?
Yes.
All right. For Twig Right in Erratosphere. This is one of his. We'll be back. everybody. We're back. This is still the Paranormies. I'm still Johnny with Reinhardt, Skull, Grognak, and Jason from Archaics. We're trying to keep it on track here with the Phoenix event and the associated stuff that goes along with it. So this next Phoenix event is, so the 138 years puts it at September 23rd. No, I'm sorry, not September 23rd. It's May 2040.
May 2040 would be the 138 years after 1902, which fits perfectly on the Phoenix timeline.
Okay. So that would be when the next instance of red happens.
So we have independent confirmation. It's not just this very well documented chronology of 138 years in this phenomenon. We can put every bit of that aside, and let's just go to a French scholar named Mario Reading, who translated the quatrains of Nostradamus and widely published a new date code that he personally discovered and published in like 2004, 2005. This date code, according to him, shows how Nostradamus was recording the specific years on the Anno Domini calendar of when his quatrains would be fulfilled. And he was hiding them between the centuries and the quatrains, because his book is called The Centuries, which is 10 books. You have book 2, book 4, book 6, and he would name one of his quatrains would be like book 2, number 2.0. So he shows a date index, and it's absolutely phenomenal of all the things that Nostradamus nailed using the date index. Mm-hmm. So he got the idea from the date index from clues that Nostradamus had written a king in his private letters. So Mario Reading published those private letters, and in there I found a reference to 1902 and the Phoenix event. These were mentioned by Nostradamus, not in his prophecies, but in his private letters. So he also, Mario Reading also had done some research with Cesar Ramadi, who is also a scholar of Nostradamus quatrains. So putting all this data together, I looked at the quatrains and I could not believe what Nostradamus was saying was going to happen in 2040. It absolutely mirrors everything in the Phoenix phenomenon. It mirrors what the Nordics were saying the Fenris wolf was going to do when it ate the moon in the last days. It mirrors precisely using the same language as the book of Revelation. Nostradamus ties in the sixth seal of Revelation with this phenomenon and dates it at 2040. So I published all this in my next book called Nostradamus and the Planets of Apocalypse. It was absolute confirmation. And there's like 60 different prophecies of Nostradamus that I show where he goes into exquisite detail about what we can expect is going to happen in 2040. It is the big one. It's the one that the elite were waiting for in 1902, but didn't happen. They got a pass. So independent of the Phoenix research, we can just go with Mario Reading's discovery of the date index and then look at all the quatrains using that date index to see what Nostradamus said about 2040. So we can take all that and move it to the side as well and go with a third data set. That third data set is the prophecies of Mother Shipton. I did a video about Mother Shipton's prophecies, and I mentioned in one of my published books that there was a lot in the 1800s that was inserted to make it look like she had predicted local events in the 1800s when she didn't.
Okay, but 1 second, Jason.
Yes.
For those people who don't know, who is Mother Shipton?
Mother Shipton, about 500 years ago, was an illiterate witch. But she had put together a poem that she used to tell people, and somebody wrote it down. Now, the version we have today, I published in my book. In the back of my book, Nostradamus and the Planets of Apocalypse, I put the whole poem in there, but I also show the reader which are the interpolations. These are fake sentences in the poem that were inserted by people in the 1800s to make it look like she was predicting things in the 1800s. It's not. Her poem was absolutely about the last days. And she specifically mentions there would be 2 world wars. And she said this way before. We have several copies of this poem going through the centuries. And she said 2 world wars would man suffer in this poem. But 1 century later, the sky dragon would return and oceans would slip their basins and the cities of the coasts would all go under, and that mankind would be forced to build their new dynasties on dry, decayed ocean beds that were now the new continents. And she goes into a lot of detail about the moon turning red and the sun disappearing during this phenomenon. It's the Phoenix phenomenon, but she specifically stated it was a century after 2 world wars, and she said this over 400 years before those world wars unfolded. So here, that's a whole separate data set, Mother Shipton's information. We have 3. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off there, but so we've gone through Nostradamus and Mother Shipton here. And now, what do you think about where either of them got these prophecies, this information from? I mean, because they are incredible when we hear them, right? We read her original poem, and it sounds like it's setting us up perfectly for what's coming. But what do you think about where this information for them came from?
Okay, that's a really good question, Reinhardt. And the answer, I'll promise you, you're not going to be able to predict, because this is something I've given a lot of thought to. I have a video where I go into a lot of detail about some of the historic books that have been with us for thousands of years. It is my personal belief that in 1902, we just didn't get the benefit of technologies that were existing before, and all these new companies and all these vast amounts of wealth from the elite that started all these new corporations and the inventions themselves. But in 1902, 1903, 1904, all kinds of ancient translations from very old texts and books also were popularized, like the Babylonian Enuma Elish, the Atrahasis epic of Akkad and Babylon, and even the Book of Enoch, the Ethiopic translation of the Book of Enoch. So we have these instances of after these resets or the time periods when people thought there was going to be a reset, where these libraries are reintroduced to the public. I believe that there are underground repositories that have these books. I absolutely believe that the story of Mother Shipton is based off an actual witch, but she never put that material in a poem. I believe that there's fact and fiction mixed here. And I believe that the narrative about the future is something that somebody introduced who had the hard data, somebody who knows about the Phoenix. And this is what we find in the Dutch Oralind manuscript. This is what we find in the Colburn Bible. Colburn Bible is fantastic, all about the doom shape. It's a whole different version of the Exodus story than what's in the Old Testament. It's the same story about the Israelites in Egypt and how they escaped during the 10 plagues, but it's so much more scientific and realistic than what's said in. You need to read the Colburn Bible or just watch my video. I have a whole video breakdown of the Colburn Bible version of the doom shape and when it appeared in different times in history. So your question, my answer to your question, Reinhardt, is that these texts are being preserved underground through these resets, and the information from these beliefs and texts is being leaked to the public through different mediums, and this is how this information is. But that's Mother Shipton version. The Nostradamus version is very different. The Nostradamus version, in his letter to King Louis or King Henry, it's published by Mario Reading. In Nostradamus's letter, Michael de Nostradam specifically admits to being of Jewish pedigree, and that he was only French in culture, and that he and his people had access to records about all these things that he put into the quatrains in the centuries. But because of Catholic persecution and because agents of the papacy were honing in on his family and he had acquired this massive library where all these other Jews were getting him their history books and all that. So he codified all prophecies that were found in all these books and then burned those books so the agents of the papacy couldn't find them. And he published the quatrains and codified them. And the codification is what was discovered by Mario Reading.
Jason, do you realize how much I'm smiling right now as you were talking about that? We were just talking 2 days ago, Skull, wasn't it? About Nostradamus and his converso heritage.
That's so weird.
Oh yeah, he was 100% Jewish. He was just a Jew living in France. It was simple as that.
Right, and we here on the show understand the Edomite Kabbalistic history of these people. Right. So it makes perfect sense when you look at a guy like this. But the information that he's put out, the predictions, use that in quotes, can't exactly be ignored and thrown in the trash.
Well, let me explain the origin. We have to go even deeper with this because these people have been credited with all kinds of amazing historic text translations and theories and ideas like the fake ass Albert Einstein. I just released a video about Albert Einstein showing how fake he was and everything that was reported about him in the early 1900s. The man did not come up with any type of mathematical theory to do all this. The establishment did, but they needed somebody to stand behind. He was an absolute failure. It's all in my video. So anyway, what happened was during the Middle Ages, there was a dearth of texts. So they became very, very valuable. And we have historical instances where different monarchs of different countries like Hungary or Germany, Prussia, would put out, hey, if there's anybody that's got any books, I'll pay you 10 talents of silver if you'll just come over here and let my scribe copy it. You can take the book back. Books became so rare after the Dark Ages, moving into the Middle Ages, that these books, the only people that could afford books were Jewish moneylenders. And their Jewish moneylenders had this network set up all over Europe where they were sending a tremendous amount of wealth to the exilarchy. So a lot of people don't know, man, for about 600 years, Jews were basically raping Europe of all their money by sending it to the exilarchy. The exilarchy was a whole Jewish government set up in Muslim nations. And this operation had gone, the Jewish operatives were playing both sides of the fence during the entire Crusades.
You don't say.
Do what?
You don't say.
Shocking.
That has never happened.
Hang on a second, guys. I think I have the first for the Paranormies. The Jews are playing both. Grognak, write this down. The Jews are playing both sides of the war. Right? This is the first thing. I've never heard that before. I'm joking.
So the main wealth from the transitional period between the Dark Ages and Middle Ages, which is it's highly controversial. No one can put actual years on those because different areas of Europe were becoming more enlightened than others at different times. But during that 300-year period between the Dark and the Middle Ages, we have a lot of references to the value of old books. So all these Jews came into possession of books because people would bring them the books and they would just give them some pennies on the dollar, which meant a whole lot to the person that had the book. So these Jews came up with these fantastic libraries, and by virtue of education, they become more educated. But they were also able to do the same thing they did in Babylon, which was to take other people's histories and write a series of texts bastardizing all these other people's heritage, and then turn around and claim those histories as their own. We call this the Old Testament. Now, when this happened in Babylon, I don't know if you guys are familiar with all the academic studies that have shown all the material from the Old Testament that came from the Atrahasis epic, the Gilgamesh epic, the Karseg tablets. I mean, this isn't the really conversation for this deal. Right. But there's a lot of academic studies that show word for word where all these passages came from different civilizations, like Moses being put in a basket, put on a river. This is exactly what happened to Sargon of Akkad 800 years earlier. There are many stories stories like this. Now, where we have fact being pulled away from fiction, those are fictional to me and to a lot of academics. But where we have the facts is the introduction of the Israelites. Now we have these hurrying Hyksos people that have flooded the ancient world called the Amuru. I have a series of videos about them as well. The Old Testament is factual about the Israelites. It is absolutely fictitious about the Judeans. These two different threads of history run side by side in the Old Testament. One is absolutely real, the other one is false. And I have a whole playlist that shows you all the verses in the Bible that reveal all this. But I'm telling you this now because the same playbook was used in Babylon when the Jewish scribes were in Babylon going through the Babylonian and Syrian libraries during the Jewish Babylonian captivity after Nebuchadnezzar II. What they did for the Old Testament, they did it again in Europe in that transitional period between the Middle Ages, the Dark Ages, and the Middle Ages, because they had 90% of the books of Europe, and they rewrote them and they interjected all these famous people and basically rewrote these histories like Pliny the Elder, Flavius Josephus, Philo Judaicus, Trismegistus, Hevelius. All these old histories, they rewrote them, made them look like they were Jewish participants rather than the people that they actually were. And when they put these series of prophecies together, they took them from all these different sources, and that's what Nostradamus did. He put together the prophecies in chronological material from Trismegistus, who had got his material from all these different sources, but it was written through a Jewish filter. So when Nostradamus published all this, it was by virtue not of his own research, but because he was attached to a family that had a lot of money that had bought all these books and rewrote this material.
All right. Well, that was a little bit different direction than we wanted to go. One question that wanted to ask earlier. What do you think about was it Reinhardt, the Black Plague?
Yeah, the Black Plague, which seems to be a transition, right, from the Middle Ages Crusader era of Europe, and mysteriously, destroyed half of Europe, just like the plague did in, 600 AD? Plague of Justinian. Mysteriously seems to have done the exact same thing as it did 1,000 years before. What do you believe about that coming right before the Renaissance era, this rebirth?
That's a good question, and I don't know if it is specifically attached to the Renaissance, although many population explosions happened right after resets, like 1902. 1903, 4, 5, and 6 is widely known in the United States Bureaus of the Census Bureau that it was a population explosion. But the 1347 bubonic plague called the Great Black Death, what actually happened, Reinhardt, in that year isn't what the historians are telling us. The historical version is that lice-infested rats from China arrived in European Mediterranean ports, and the plague spread through these lice from the coastal areas of Europe and went into the interior. This is an easy story to digest. It's very believable, but it's patently untrue.
Right.
On my own channel, I have a video that goes into detail, and I cite these historic texts and the people that say these things. What happened?
Sounds like COVID.
Yes.
What happened according to the people that were living at the time is absolutely harrowing. What happened according to the historians that left us eyewitness reports and records who were living in that year of 1346 and 47. They are very specific that there was a phenomenon happening all over the world, but they wrote from the perspective of what was happening in Europe. And that was that cigar-shaped giant objects were seen in the sky over forests, and out of their bellies were falling the decomposed, chopped up, blended body parts of forest animals that had been decaying for a very long period of time. Now, this isn't fiction. This isn't Jason making anything up. This is in the historical record, and I cite those sources. They said the plague started from these. People went out to investigate, and they found that forest animals had been chopped up and just laid and just basically festered and become fetid, and it was a horrible stench, and the plague spread from that. And often the plague started in the deep interior of Europe at the exact same time as the plague was decimating a third of the population of China, India, and all the Middle East. So,
well, and it's referred to as a pejorative manner as a miasma at the time. And you're right, at the time too, it was spread supposedly through cities like Kaffa, Byzantium, etc. But yeah, it seems to, especially the areas they focus on, it seems to have been very purposeful.
Yes,
Purposeful.
I believe it. I'm 100% convinced it was a reset by the machinery in the sky. I mean,
but it doesn't fit the 138 idea.
Oh no, it doesn't. It does not fit the 138. As a matter of fact, that's a really, really good observation. And let me tell you why. Never has the Phoenix phenomenon ever started or killed humans with a disease or a plague.
No, it's always something from the sky. It's not disease.
It's not. We do have resets that were caused by something like this, but follow the data. The eyewitness reports were like, they described them as long tubes, tubular, cigar shaped. Now, I know that it's very popular today to reinterpret this through modern frames of reference, meaning, oh, those were UFOs. No, I don't believe that at all. I have whole videos about the UFO phenomenon and reinterpreting it through the lens of simulation theory and what I think is really happening. Same thing with 1347 BC. I do not believe those were UFOs. I don't believe those were physical craft with beings in them doing that. No, I am 100% on board that the entire sky is a holographic simulation. It is a cloak hiding the machinery in the sky. And that sky quakes and all the phenomena that happened in 1561 over Nuremberg, and then other cities in Europe in 1566, and then again in 1752 when the octagonal star appeared over Norway. We have many incidents in the historical record that the sky sim failed. The power
in Norway.
The power source failed, and people saw what was really up there. I'm linking that to these cigar-shaped deals because we have other stories in history of these cigar-shaped things being seen by ship captains going in and out of the ocean, but they do not act like UFOs. They act like some type of machinery in the sky, some type of apparatus that performs functions. And in this case, in 1347, in the Great Black Death, it looks like they had just gone over forest and sucked up a bunch of forest animals and then chopped them up in a blender inside of them and then held them for weeks as they putrefied, and they probably introduced the bubonic plague in this putrefaction, and then they went back and they dumped this stuff all over the forest and in nearby cities. This to me is a vast hidden apparatus of machinery that's being used against us. But in this case, you're right, it's not the Phoenix phenomenon.
Right, so that's a whole different thing.
Yeah, well, I do on my channel. I do address. Okay. There are 3 different cataclysm protocols. Phoenix is only one of them.
Phoenix is one. Nemesis X is another.
Yes, the third one I don't really go into a lot of detail about. It's about the most harrowing stuff in the apocalypse. It's attached to that, but it's the dark satellite. And no, before you ask me, I don't know anything about the black satellite that's popular in social media. I don't know anything. Because all my data comes from historical records. I don't know anything about it. There's nothing I can research. It very well could be the same thing up there. I just don't know.
I don't think I've ever heard of the black satellite.
Well, the dark satellite is something in the 1890s. The Thomas Burgoyne wrote Ancient Egypt, Light of the World, and he goes into detail about the dark satellite and various beings being inside of a prison, but they still have the ability to affect things on Earth, and it's hidden in the sky. He goes into a lot of detail about it. This is from the 1890s.
Oh, you know what, Jason? I think I've seen this before, and if I'm not mistaken, he was a theosophist.
I don't know. I don't know what he was. I just found those 5 or 6 pages where he talked about the book. Like, I found those very interesting.
Okay.
I have a question that it kind of pulls back to the Phoenix event and then the resets and world leaders. How much control do you think? Okay, so you have the elites who apparently they have deeper, more actual historical knowledge and probably more technical knowledge of what actually happens during the Phoenix events and where to be and what kind of preparations to make for themselves, hopefully, so that they can, hopefully for them, I don't care, so that they can escape whatever wrath comes out of the sky looking for them. And then you have world leaders who, here, we personally don't really believe that the world leaders are the people in control of anything. So when you see someone like Putin or Biden or Bill Gates or Klaus Schwab up on stage, we think of them as basically just actors fulfilling a role and probably, receiving whatever kind of compensation that they receive. But there's also, like we mentioned, the Kennedy to Lincoln synchronicities that occur. So it seems that there's a grand script of history, or like you said, templates that are played out, which is the same thing as a script. How much control do these elites have over the script? Are they bound to follow it? Are they in some way part of the simulation itself, and that they don't really have any free will when they have to enact these great scripts that we're watching play out before us? What do you think about that?
Well, let's take one event from the historical record, whether it be true or not. Let's take that into consideration. So the elite decide to finance the building of an architectural structure that will go so high they will be able to basically challenge the overseers, whoever it is they consider gods. They do this, they build it. In the story, the little simplified version that we get, it's the Tower of Babel story. In the real historical record, it's the Great Pyramid of Egypt. But we'll go with the Babel story, the Babylonian version of the tower. So the people come together, they build this great structure, and the overseers are talking amongst themselves. This is in the book of Genesis. Now, it does say Elohim, which means gods in the plural, but it's these overseers are discussing among themselves. Look at man, by virtue of his imagination, there's absolutely nothing he cannot obtain. So it's obvious that the enterprise is a threat. So the veiled threat here is the actual story itself, because humankind wasn't allowed to finish this project to challenge the gods. Instead, they were struck down in a cataclysm. It was a reset, and they suffered something that only could be possible in a simulation. There is no series of historical or future events that could ever make sense of what happened in this story. And that is that a single people with a single mode of communication, a single written language and verbal language, all of a sudden couldn't understand each other, but 70 different languages were born from that one incident. As soon as a blast from the sky hit that architecture, they were not able to come together. Everybody had to separate into groups that they could comprehend. And then, because they couldn't stay together because of incomprehension, they moved over to different areas of the world and formed different countries and nations and all that. I'm not saying the story is true. I'm not saying it is false, but it couldn't happen unless we're in a simulation, because in a computer program, it is very easy to change little slight nuances in programming to have drastic effects. So this mode of communication, creating all these languages at one time, languages are just coding. So to answer your question, I would have to say that I believe that the elite know that they are restricted, but they've been given great latitude to do what they want to do within certain perimeters. I have to believe this because they should have already overrun the entire world. There should be masters and slaves, but that's not what you find.
No, it seems that they get foiled and have to start over again multiple times, and it's a little bit different every time. And they upgrade the software, and this time they added a different aspect to it. They have a a similar situation to Weimar Germany that they have in the United States right now. And just in the United States, they have Black Lives Matter. They have an additional.
There seems to be a governor. You know what a governor is, restrictor, like a restrictor plate.
Yeah.
There seems to be a governor over the actions of the elite. Nothing else makes sense to me, but I do agree, Alt, that it is uncanny how much power they do have, and yet they just don't go further. So I believe there is an elite, and I agree 100% with you that if we have seen someone in the public arena, they're really not the elite.
Yeah, they're just a high-level actor. They're just a high-level actor. They might not even be a high-level actor. They could just be Jim Carrey. You know what I mean? Like, we jokingly say that, actually, we don't jokingly say it anymore. Joe Biden is being played by Jim Carrey. Actually, how many members of Joe Biden's cabinet is Jim Carrey playing? It's actually because they are all actors. And again, one of the things that I've often wondered, and we've discussed this before, is if they have all this power, people are like, well, they have no real power. Well, they don't, and they do, because the stuff that Klaus Schwab says to his, little World Economic Forum junior leadership program graduates like Trudeau and Jacinda Ardern and all these other, non-New World Order, because they're all taught in the same schools, all the same, everybody. They have no actual real power. They just happen to be heads of state. But they really don't have real power because the actual power comes from behind them somewhere. They are really puppets.
Are you guys familiar with my predictions videos about this whole political scenario that's unfolding in the past 2 years?
Which I have not seen it.
Okay,
I guarantee you Grognak has, though.
Let me give you a Grognak. You really on the Archaics channel that much, man?
Grognak.
I've been listening to your stuff for the past 3 weeks or so.
Awesome. Well, let me give it to you in a minute, in just a 1 minute breakdown. All right. I have several predictions videos that are painting this scenario that starting by the end of 2022, that because that the worldwide public has pretty much woke up to who the players are, that there's going to be a takedown, and it's going to be very public, and many world leaders are going to be taken down. The public is going to be given exactly what they want, and the new leaders that are going to be elected are going to be even worse. But it's not going to be perceived until it's too late. I believe that a whole new puppet regime is being prepped right now. I believe that. Come again?
The fake New World Order. Yes.
Yes,
We've discussed this before too.
Yes, I believe that a whole new arm of the deep state of people who basically believe are absolutely patriotic, because that's the real issue between all the nations in the world right now. The French want actual people that are for the French. The Germans want the same thing. People in the UK are fed up with what they've got, and they want somebody who's for the people of the UK. The people of the United States want to internalize. They want to become more isolationist. They're tired of paying all the bills for other nations, and they want to internalize their wealth. So make America great again. So this is over and over around the world, especially Canada. Canada is sick of the Trudeaus. They had a Trudeau in 1974 running the place. The Trudeau's have been around. I think I'm saying his name correctly, Trudeau, but it's all over the world. People want to return back to nationalism, the very thing the Bolsheviks demonized when they called the Germans Nazis. So there's nothing wrong with nationalism. You should be proud of your heritage and where you're from and all that. But in the modern world, this whole concept has been so demonized because these people are terrified of anybody actually exposing their secrets. But that's another tangent. I'm not going to go in that direction. But in my predictions videos, I'm showing, because I have seen the isometric parallels from 1974 and 1973, and I see this return to nationalism worldwide, where these different countries are going to basically get rid of the very deep state operatives and globalists, that's what I want to call them, that have been running everything, and they think it's going to be a good thing. But it's the next generation that's going to replace them are the ones that are the real arm of the deep state that has basically wired all this up to begin with.
Yeah, like I said, we've talked about the fake New World Order. It's going to be where did we first start talking about this? This was a while back, but there's been a few people that have brought that up.
We've talked about it. Yeah, we've talked about it a bunch. There's even a theory out there that. Which I'm not completely on board with, but which has a lot of evidence, which makes it very interesting to follow, that Trump himself is an antichrist figure and that he's going to sort of vanquish all of his enemies. And there's going to be this new rise of people who are extremely patriotic and extremely loyal to the news system. And then the people who are thrown by the wayside are people who are basically bootlickers anyway. So then there's going to be this return of power to this group of people, but it's going to be under the guise of someone who is just part of the same exact system as they all are. And then, of course, if you just look at the way that Trump supported all of these ridiculous policies and didn't actually do anything he was going to say, you can see that he's not really your friend. But don't tell that to a whole lot of people out there who are Trump supporters.
Well, we can see nationalism being brought back in a very controlled and concise New World Order manner. You know, it's not being brought back in the we're all gonna make it, we're gonna win kind of fashion. It's being brought back in a new form, which is shackles, the same as the old world.
Yeah, Reinhardt, I want to provide you with a little bit of detail. In my predictions videos, I go into a lot of detail about what I see what's going to happen in America. We're going to go to the opposite end of the spectrum. And I was very clear in my videos. I didn't want anybody to misunderstand what I'm saying. We have gone to the far left liberal side in the United States, but we're about to see the pendulum swing super fast after November. Conservatives come back to power, and we're going to see them go to the far right and farther right than we have ever seen in the United States. I'm even predicting that they're going to start passing legislation against porn sites. They're going to start the no-hide laws type stuff. I had even predicted a major Supreme Court decision that was going to start the pendulum swinging in that direction. And then lo and behold, we had the recent one about the abortion. So I go into exquisite detail in my predictions videos because when I study isometric projections, I'm looking at real historical events through the lens of hologram theory, because I believe I have uncovered the templates, and that's what I use.
Right on. So, man, there's so many other questions we can ask. We have. Let me hold on a second. We have questions.
Well, if we're talking about elites, I have one.
Okay.
And we've already kind of covered it, and Jason, you already talked about it basically in the fact that they seem to follow these scripts, and you said that they have a governor on them. Would you agree that that's the same reason why revelation of the method exists, and why, for example, you mentioned earlier that all of these new translations were released in 1902, and you said that they'd probably taken them out of the libraries where they'd been hidden for hundreds of years, such as the Book of Enoch. So would you say that there's some set of rules that they have to follow, and that they have to tell you the truth, they have to tell you what they're doing, they have to show you, and then the people who are able to see it are granted some sort of reprieve?
Well, either that is true, or it would be an extension of that, meaning they can absolve their guilt they can change their frequency slightly by releasing these into the public in the form of parables and images and similes. Because remember, we don't live in a real reality. In my concept, we live in an artificial reality. That's why the greatest truths are propagated through lies. The greatest lessons that we learn in life, they come from fables and fairy tales and the most spiritual material that and I don't want to offend you, Reinhardt, or anybody else, but it's my personal belief now that all these religious experiences, all these religious narratives that we've been given are for our spiritual benefit. But I don't believe that an eternal eternal God is going to rely on physical things to identify it or to even allow for that type of interpretation. I believe that we're dealing with a situation where we're in a fictive medium. Therefore, fictions are the greatest ways to propagate truth.
So basically, everything is an inversion.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Remember the experiment, the Archaics paradox, where we did the mathematical experiment, and remember it basically revealed that we're living not in a real mathematical construct. We're in a photo negative of a arithmetic, like an anti-arithmetic.
Right.
And I believe everything here is just the opposite. It's the central nervous system by virtue of the technology used for the central nervous system, which is the bridge between basically the personality, the spiritual, the immaterial, and what's perceived to be physical. It's so convincing, but it's all fiction. All the world's a stage. Shakespeare wasn't wrong.
We mentioned earlier Matt from Quantum of Conscience, and he actually had this concept that I heard a long time ago. And when you first hear it, you go, oh, that's silly. But then the more you study reality, you realize it's actually true. And he said that just exactly what you said just now, that great truths are revealed in fables and fairy tales. And he would say nursery rhymes even. And he was pointing out the fact that the silly song, row, row, row your boat gently down the stream, merrily, 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 life is but a dream. He said it's too shitty of a stupid song to be passed down through history the way it has if it didn't contain some sort of eternal truth in it.
Mm-hmm.
I sang that song in one of my videos on my channel, just playing around. I sang that.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I did. But hey, here's a really good example of that guy. I need to look into that guy because other people have mentioned him. But here's a really good example of the truth through fiction concept. Some of the most profound lessons that I've ever heard in my life are in the gospel. It's the actual parables of Jesus, not his direct teachings about how to live and about the future and all that, but when he spoke in parables, those parables are not the truth. Those parables are images of truth, and I resonate with them. Every little parable he said, I can read it and I see deep spiritual meanings and all that. It is a perfect example of how fiction conveys the deepest truths.
Well, we're told by Paul through God that, we see through a glass darkly, right? It's the same thing as Plato's allegory of the cave.
Yep, I agree.
Everything is just shadows on the wall. Yeah. Right.
We see with so-called spiritual cataracts, as somebody years ago I heard said.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I got to remember that one.
Now, I had just one quick question. When this came up when you were talking about the turn of the century and just all of the, not just the technologies, but also the knowledge and religious knowledge that kind of supposedly came out of this era. In I don't remember if it was 1881 or 1887. I know it's a broad period of 6 years there, but around that time, Westcott and Hort out of Oxford in the UK, the British Empire at the time, came out with their translation of the Greek Old Testament, and that has become like the basis for 99% of Bible translations today that so-called Christians read, and it's filled with changes and allegories and things that are not in older texts. There are a lot of changes, and it's created a lot of division, right? At this time, it seems to fit really well with the whatever was going on in 1902. Even if it was a few years before, it seems to have fit.
Well, I mean, if you Google 1902 Bible translations, you'll come up with some of those too. New translations to the Bible were released in 1902.
Oh, there were hundreds.
So, yeah, we haven't gone into it in this video, and I don't really have the data. I'm just aware that from the late 40s all the way up till 1890, the whole time period, it is so anomalous, and there's so many people that are releasing data about that period that was just things. That whole period that we've been told about the war between the states may be absolutely untrue. I'm just not sure, because it's so unusual. It's just, and there's so much architecture that's being discovered in America that doesn't have precedent. There's like, it's like there's no historical records that tell us who built these architectural structures in cities that were supposed to be newly built.
Right.
So I haven't done a lot of that research yet, but I plan to in the future.
What was that, Johnny?
We've done a little bit of research into that, what we call the impossible architecture, some of these Capitol buildings in these Midwest and Wild West cities, like the capital of Nebraska, the capital of, like, which is it, Nebraska, that's got the 3-story or the 4-story belt.
Why is there a pyramid in Wyoming?
Why is there a pyramid in Wyoming? That kind of stuff. These things we have questions about. Why is there a series of like 60 Roman columns in a swamp in Mississippi? Like that kind of stuff. We have questions. So
yeah, that would definitely pique my interest.
Mm-hmm. Now,
look, if you're in a swamp, Johnny, what are you gonna do? All right. You're going to build a Roman temple.
I'm going to want,
obviously.
What we're going to do is we're going to build a veranda underneath.
Or why are there all these pictures in the late 1800s of these massive cities like St. Petersburg or San Francisco with panoramic photographs with vanilla skies and absolutely no people walking in the foreground or in the background for that matter?
Or anywhere within the pictures whatsoever.
Or in the 1760s, they had full knowledge of electric lights. A city like Paris was fully electrically lit.
Right,
it's amazing.
According to photographic history and lithographs from the era, we have evidence of this, but the technology doesn't exist, because apparently then all of a sudden we had Little House on the Prairie and candles.
The podcast I like doing because it introduces a lot of people to concepts they haven't really thought all the way through. But those aren't my data dumps. Those have nothing to do with my data sets and all that. Those are all in the uploads.
Oh yeah.
Right.
No, this is just a way to get people who've never heard of you to check out your stuff. And that's definitely going to happen. We have a very active audience. They like to look into the stuff we like to look into. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Well, you guys come up with a real specific topic in the future, we can take off.
Oh hell yeah, man! Yeah, because I mean we're already 2.5 hours in. This has been great, dude. So you want to talk about demons and fairies and
okay, check this out. This will be real short, but with so many people hitting this wall of cognitive dissonance, and it's understandable because they're trying to bridge paradigms that they can't see can be connected. And one of the greatest challenges that was basically offered to me on my own channel were comments where people were saying, hey man, all this makes sense and the arithmetic does show all this, but I just know for a fact that my aunt such and such visited me on such and such, and then visited my son on such and such date. And then other people talking about, well, I know for a fact spirits are real, and other people are like, man, I had an encounter with a demon, and there's nothing in simulation theory that could ever make me disbelieve. I love your research, but I'm telling you now, demons exist. So when I realized that this was a real like basically a rock of offense, this was a stumbling block for a lot of people, I did a video on it, because to me, disembodied spirits and devils, demons, all this stuff, there's a very plausible explanation for that in the context alone of just simulation theory, because it is my belief that this is a copy of a very real world, and on the outside of this real world are humans conducting these experiences. And this doesn't mean that there isn't an oversoul that's over everything. It just means there's another layer of reality that's basically between us and the godhood. And that layer is us on the outside of the simulacrum. But somebody introduced AIX. Yes, I do have a theory that it could have been a part of the program to make it more real. However, that's not what the traditions say. The traditions is that Zoo, and he's called by different names, actually came in here and stole something, and this world basically got locked down. So if simulation theory is true, and if there is an antagonizing force, maybe a philosophical difference in the experimenters, the overseers, then is it possible that while we're jacked into the simulacrum through some type of cerebral interface holography technology, we got our visors on, we're laying down for 18, 19 minutes, maybe 3 or 4 hours, and we experience multiple life sims in that time period. Is it possible that something on the outside of the simulacrum happened, and somebody went through those chambers of people who had volunteered for the experience and unplugged them, and they didn't die in the simulacrum like normal people whose avatars die by violence. They die by suicide. Suicide is just a normal death, like being killed with a dagger. It's no different. You just come back as your personality is injected into the next life sim. You get a new avatar. You're experiencing multiple life sims until the collapse of the simulacrum. But what about those on the outside that get basically the plug pulled? Now their personality is trapped in the technological medium. Their awareness is inside here. Now there's no bridge back to their real avatar, their real body. Were they murdered, and are they now trapped inside? Because that would make me very, very pissed off if I really knew, because I lost my avatar, I'm now dead inside Earth, the reality that we're at, but I can't get a new avatar because some asshole on the outside unplugged me. Now I can't even go back. I can't move forward. I just get filled with rage.
So that's demons.
That would be a demon to me.
Okay. So a demon is somebody who's been unplugged from the outside.
That's what it'd be. That's exactly what it would be to me. That would explain the rage. It would explain a lot of the behavior of demons. Sometimes it's not all necessarily bad. Sometimes it's all altruistic. Sometimes they help out. But they're trapped between worlds. And until the simulacrum collapses, until the time comes that fulfills the eschatology, which is a part of the simulacrum, which is a period of time when he comes to set the captives free, until that, the benefactor, until that event occurs, they're just trapped here. They can't move forward and they can't go back.
Well, there you go. That actually, I like that theory. What do you think, Reinhardt?
What? It's definitely interesting. I've got personal experience myself with demonic possession. Actually, more extensive than some people would claim. Would you say that possession is so? When you see possession, it's a lot of times, most of the time, it's angry, right? It's abusive. It's angry. It's something that's destroying the body that it's in. Would you say that this fits with your interpretation?
100%. Well, just think about what's happening. We have a disembodied spirit that can no longer move forward or go back and escape. The only thing it can think of is getting another avatar. From our perspective on this side, while we're still jacked into the simulacrum and able to move around in an avatar, to us it's possession. To the demon, it's freedom. They have a temporary ability to feel being inside an avatar again.
Now, I agree with that because my interpretation of demons is the Nephilim, the hybrid beings that were never supposed to exist, that lost their bodies and can only possess bodies. However, what would you say about the intelligence of these beings? That it's not just rage, it's not just anger and vulgarity. It is a certain plan. That these things have a certain intelligence and a plan of being imparted into these consciousness.
Well, when it comes to intelligence or a hyper intelligence, it is another aspect of simulation theory, and I have released this information in my own videos that we ourselves have access holographically to a vast amount of information in the holofield that we've always been attached to, but our avatars restrict a lot of that, and the brain isn't what we're taught, just like the central nervous system doesn't do what we're taught it does. It's a filtering system. We only see 5.5% of the electromagnetic spectrum. So the senses themselves are highly filtered in the avatar, and we don't see the world as it really is. We only see what we've been designed and programmed to see. But when it comes to intelligence, it's not in the brain, it's in the field, it's in the informed field. Some people call it the Akashic field, the quantum field. It has many different names according to your perspective and education. But this informed field is with us in every single life sim. Well, we don't really have instant recall of information that happened to us in previous life sims because we're in an avatar that didn't live at that time. But once we're completely separated from all avatars and we're just a disembodied intelligence, we have 100% total recall with the informed field, and we can remember when we were an Etruscan slave to an equestrian noble family in Rome. We can remember when we were chained to a Phoenician ship and died in a naval war. We can remember when we were a crowned prince in ancient Mauritania. We can remember each life we've lived in all these different life sims. But as long as we're in an avatar, we only remember the things that avatar has experienced. So demons having a lot more intelligence than us would make sense. They have access. That's why they knew and they were consulted in ancient times and even relatively modern time, because they had access to the field and everything the field provides.
They still talk to demons. As recently as in Hillary Clinton, right? And she used to commune with Eleanor Roosevelt.
Used to?
Yeah, still does. Still, Bill Clinton wrote about it. He wrote about it in a book. How she does witchcraft type stuff, that's out in the open.
There's nothing about Hillary Clinton that I would disbelieve.
Oh, absolutely. I know. Yeah. She eats babies.
Yeah, the whole Fortean Society and the seances, and there's a lot of evidence that they had machine technology that was allow them to communicate with those aspects of the spirit world as well. I don't know if some of those photographs you see are just doctored fake photographs or if it's real spiritual photography, but I bet they did have the technology to communicate with these things, and obviously that gets demonized, as to use that word, as quackery and stuff like that, probably just because it's part of the whole the whole deception that they're trying to lay out.
I find that anytime the word quackery is brought up, that you can pretty much guarantee that it's probably true. Like if they're calling it quackery, really take a look at it because it's probably true. If they're making, that's like especially when it comes to like medicine and like that kind of stuff, and like natural healing type, naturopathic type stuff. I absolutely look into it. Like, oh, the parasite that people are making fun of the parasite cleanse. Yeah, check that out. And like the liver cleanses, that kind of stuff. Dude, the amount of crap that the average Westerner, American especially, has in their body that you can clean out of yourself. It's amazing. But anyway,
I looked up the rivalry between I forgot his name, Beauchamp and
Beauchamp and Pasteur. Beauchamp and Pasteur, yeah.
And the first thing Google showed me was like Beauchamp was an angry little man who had these crazy theories. Just like,
right off the bat,
first thing Google's gonna tell me.
Right off the bat, it's Alinsky.
Short guy.
It's Alinsky right off the bat. Hey. Reinhardt. I don't know. Yeah, but no, right off the bat, it's Alinsky. Right immediately off the bat. Yeah. It's just these similar tactics every single time. It's interesting. Man, Jason, we definitely need to have you back on again, man, because there's so many topics that we could talk about, that we do talk about here, that you talk about, and you tie into this unified theory, which is a great, dude. So far, it's the best unification theory that I believe that we've heard.
Well, I appreciate it, but from my own vantage point here, there's no way that I would refuse another opportunity when the hosts allow me to drink my beer during the podcast.
Oh, dude, drink your beer. Please, if you ever get the time to go back and listen to season 1 and season 2, you get to hear blackout drunk Johnny doing podcasts. So,
oh wow,
dude, that was in the heyday when Twitter was still kind of the Wild West. This is 2016, 2017, when you could still say certain words on Twitter and get away with it. And drunken podcasting was like a sport back then. It was like a semi-pro sport back then.
Yeah, I'm right now. I'm at the cusp of within the next day or so, I'll have maybe tonight I'll have 50,000 subs.
Awesome.
But I have a real active. I'm talking about. I released a video and within 24 hours I got 10,000 views. So within like 4 days it's 20,000. So it's not just a high sub count right now. I got a lot of activity. It's
nice.
If you guys send me a copy of this podcast, however you do it, I don't know how you send a copy. If you can send this to me, I can put my own visuals with it, and then I can put the links to your channels and your podcasts on it and introduce my following to you.
Yeah. That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
So I've done that for like 3 other channels, and their subs went up pretty high. People, I got a real faithful following. So
nice.
if I endorse somebody, that they pretty much check them out.
Nice. Well, we appreciate that, and our people are extremely loyal as well. We've gone through some movement dividing division, and we've survived. And yeah, there's
listen, you're not talking to anybody who is not already familiar with all the divisiveness.
Okay.
I am one of the most vilified individuals on YouTube now. I'm talking about my offenses from 32 years ago when I was a 17-year-old kid. Oh, I'm godless. I've been called every accusation in the world. Some of them are half true, but it's you got to understand, some people. I mean, I'm 49 years old. I'm 49 years old now. The architecture of my personality is fundamentally different than a 17-year-old.
This is true.
It's yeah. So I mean, people don't take into consideration that, and also I went to prison for a lot of things. Kidnapping was one. One was sex assault. No, it wasn't a rape, but in Texas, it's still a registrable offense. I have a very colorful criminal history. It was very violent. I used weapons in prison. I got more time in prison. I got a 7-year sentence stacked on top of my original prison sentence. I mean, I've done a lot of things in maximum security. I have a very colorful history. But by the time I was 32, 33 years old, I had matured out of it and basically fully immersed myself in this type of research. So it's believe me, I understand being vilified and being attacked. You're not telling me nothing I haven't personally experienced.
Oh, right on. Well, we appreciate you coming on, and we will definitely have you back. We will get all the links to you. We will post all of you. Now, people can find you on YouTube, on your channel, Archaix, Archaix.
Yes, actually, I just designed archaix.com to be my nexus. All of my links go from there.
Okay. Archaix.com. Check it out. All right. Yeah, man, thank you for coming on. We will have you back soon. We have to go through some more of your videos. There's so many of them, and man, narrow it down to specific topics. Reinhardt, what was up?
Also, I had noticed on your website you've got available for purchase a fantasy book as well. Is that a fantasy book that kind of takes your theories and puts them into a fantasy world? That's
exactly what it is. But that book is a paperback book, and it's a chronology of the entire fantasy world called Dagathar. But the actual books are ebooks that are on Amazon.
Okay.
And yes, that's exactly what I did. I wanted to promote a lot of my ideas in the form of fiction.
Nice. I'm gonna have to check that out.
That is really cool. That's one thing I noticed that I was immediately like, okay, I want to buy all these.
Yeah, fantasy books. Reinhardt's like fantasy books. More books for the collection.
Right.
Yes.
No, that's awesome. Thank you very much for sharing that.
Yeah. Yes.
All right.
Yeah, check out Jason's books on his website at archaix.com.
In both the description box and the comment section below, you will find my personal email. Ask me any questions. You have video ideas, I'd like to hear them. And if you want to donate, all those buttons are accessible below. Playlists and everything you might need access to the gates to my website. Amy Robbins, Perceiver, how you doing? You guys know I like to really get started once we got 1,000 people in the chat, so we'll make a little bit of small talk right now. Just so you know, I'm drinking out of the new Archaics cup. That's right. There it is. That's Flammarion. You see that little dude looking outside the sim? He's trying to see what's on the other side. And of course, you know my slogan, break free or die trying. We're taking hundreds of these to the meetup in San Diego here in a little while. I'll probably be giving a bunch of these free away too. These are the new auto decals. Put them on your laptop, put them on your truck. Every single car around me, I don't even know these people. I'm slapping stickers on them. I'm just going through the parking lot. One of these days, somebody's going to get up and hit me in the mouth. But until then, they're going to wear an Archaic sticker. So, we're climbing. We're climbing. So, Big John was sitting with me at the table one morning, and I was just doing my thing, and he was doing his, and he likes to go through all these old books in my library, and he finds really unique pictures. And you guys know, you've seen thousands of pictures that this man has taken from these books, and we have a lot more to go through. But one morning, he was just scrolling through TikTok videos, and this guy shows up, and I'm listening to it, trying to mind my business, doing my own thing on my computer, but I'm listening to this guy, and I had to stop what I'm doing. I said, John, man, who is this? So he showed it to me. He said, man, this guy right here kind of went viral on TikTok, and some other people, he's been on some podcasts. I'm like, wow, man, who is he? He said, well, his name's Joe Monroe. I seen somebody did a podcast with you in the past, Joe, and they misspelled your last name, so I hope you appreciate that we took the time to spell it right.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Everyone misspells it.
So where are you from? Where exactly in the UK are you?
Well, at the moment, I'm from Bournemouth, or Poole Hospital I was born, which is the south west coast, kind of in the middle of the south coast in England. But the last week, I've just moved up to the northeast, the complete opposite end of the country, to be a bit closer to my family and to take advantage of some cheaper property prices. So we're literally just in the middle of setting up the new tattoo studio. And
yeah, I see it.
The building work's still going on back there. We've got Lee the builder putting in the new shower and toilet and everything. We had the council out this morning to register us, and we're hopefully going to open tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, and start tattooing people in the new shop.
Hey, man, listen, you can record some of that. Maybe have an Archaics video going in the background. You tattooing somebody, y'all listen to the videos. I turn that into an ad and make you go viral all over again.
Sounds good, man.
Hey, tattoos were my thing for a long time. I used to make my own guns. I used to make my own.
Okay.
I used to make my own motors. Yeah, I had to make my own ink. I'm out the joint. My entire body, from my neck down, my entire body's tattooed except for my butt cheeks. You don't let nobody in prison tattoo your butt. Yeah.
Far out, man. A friend of mine.
I got my whole body done, all the way around. But it's definitely an art. It's not one. There's not a lot of room for error.
Have you had any more work done since coming out?
No, I haven't had a needle touch me in the 7 years I've been out. But what I did do is about 4 years before I got out, I was on Eastham. It's the famous prison for Bonnie and Clyde. When I was on Eastham, it took about 10 months, but I had my entire body retouched up to redarken everything. But I did that right before I got out of prison.
That sounds cool, man. What's the deal? You got to be careful in there not to get in trouble. If you get caught doing the tattoo work, they kick off, or what's the deal in jail?
Yeah, you know what? That's only true for minimum security and minimum medium. But I did most of my time on maximum security. They live by different rules. Most of the officers are just trying to earn a paycheck. They're not trying to get in people's way. Most of the guys on maximum security are never getting out, or by the time they're going to be released, they're going to be so old it doesn't matter. So they pretty much do time the way they want to. The officers leave them alone, and they leave the officers alone.
Okay.
So it's a different world. Maximum security is not like the Hollywood version of prisons you see where everything's tightly controlled. It's not like that at all. Hell, I got caught 4 different times with cell phones. I mean, everything that's in the free world is also available in prison. If you're willing to pay for it, they will bring it to you.
Okay, nice.
So I was very impressed with the information that was coming out of your mouth, and it's because I'm a longtime student of studying people, and it's not necessarily the information that I'm hearing, but it's how it's conveyed. You can listen to somebody, and you can pay attention to the syntax. How people construct thoughts tells you a lot about their personality. You can very quickly ascertain if somebody believes what they're saying. It's a part of their construct. It's a part of the dynamic of the personality that makes them them. And it's very unique. And yours really stood out to me. That's why I had Big John hunt you down, try to find your email and contact information. And he did it too. Within 24 hours, he had located you, found out where you were at, and was already in contact with you. I think that was maybe 3 weeks ago, something like that.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Just
so, I wanted to invite you onto my channel, because you don't find a lot of people conveying information the way you did, and I'm going to invite you to do that again. But there's no pressure. Well, it'll come out naturally as we talk.
Yeah,
but
I hope so.
I was
I've got no preparation.
Yeah, man. No, that's the same way you were in the presentation. It was straight from belief, not rote memory. It's a huge difference. And it's something that I see. It's kind of a litmus test I have for when I'm listening to other presenters. And there's a lot of falsity out there. There's a lot of people inventing things only because they can't create content. They're not researchers, and you can't fault them for that, but they want to be in the spotlight, so they turn around and they get real creative. And creative license is what I've been finding with almost the majority of a lot of people who claim to have unique experiences. And some of them are real, but a lot of it is all false. So when I'm listening to you break down the construct in basically scientific terms, in wavelengths, I was like, wow, this is amazing to hear this. I mean, especially in relation to, like, as a simulationist, I'm all about showing simulation theory from the historical perspective. This is why I focus on chronology. I don't care about the science, but the science is catching up very quick. They've been talking about it for 50 years, but hell, just recently we had a major news item come across all the mainstream media networks where scientists are now concluding that, you know what, we might be in a simulation. So, I mean, this hit world news yesterday. I find that really interesting. So, what exactly is your background? I know you're in the United Kingdom, but it's a educational background. Do you have a higher learning, or are you just like me, somebody who is self-educated? Have you been tattooing all your life, or have you had other occupations?
I started tattooing at 17 years old as a hobby, and then, well, I think probably 16 years old as a hobby, and then at 17 managed to get myself in a tattoo shop, and then I left school and started work the day after leaving school on a building site, doing groundwork and construction. And then that was sort of a short, sharp shock. I didn't enjoy that, being on £4.10 an hour on emergency tax, having to wake up at 5 a.m. to go and hurt myself on a building site. So it didn't take too long, so probably about 8 months to a year before I turned my hobby into a vocation. But to be honest, the people that had first got what I thought was an apprenticeship with were cowboys. So I'm pretty much self-taught, to be honest. I mean, I've had met a lot of artists and got tattooed off a lot of artists over the years, and I've learned things off a lot of different people, but mostly self-taught. And then schooling, I left school at 16, I think, just normal schooling. I was lucky enough to, through tattooing, through a guy called Zed Lahead, who's a massive fan of your show, I met a couple of other people. I had a few older friends that put me on the right tracks at the right time, I think.
So that's good. That's good. Hey guys, I'll just let y'all know. Any donations coming across today, I'm about to PayPal it to this dude. We're gonna get that tattoo shop going. Let y'all know. I appreciate that. Who is that? Delta Dawn? Thank you, Delta Dawn. Yeah. Whatever the donations are today, we're gonna add that up, PayPal it to this guy.
You don't have to do that.
Oh man, hey man, you know what? I'm sending out blessings all the time. They come to me so frequently. I gotta spread them out.
Nice, man.
Yeah, I wish I had the TikTok video with me, but hell, I guess I don't need it. I got you here.
I don't actually even have TikTok. There's a guy. The guy was on that podcast with. It's called Tighten Out, and he's a local guy in Bournemouth that I've known in the town for years. And he started his own podcast. And then one day, I think we were in a coffee shop getting a hot chocolate, and he turned up, and we had a bit of a mad chat. And he liked it enough that he said, we'll chuck you on the show. And then the first show did better than any of his other shows, so he had me on again. And then they're the only two sort of podcast things I've ever done. This is the first time I've ever done a live.
Oh, okay. Well, hell, it didn't take us long. It only took us about 12 minutes to hook up.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, he tried to hook on with a MacBook first, and for some reason the camera wasn't syncing with the StreamYard app. But the phone's working just fine.
Yeah, I hope it looks all right. I can't even... The screen's really small. It's sort of in the top quarter of the phone screen. So
we can see you crystal clear, though.
Magic. It's good to buy the shade, though.
Man, shaving comes and goes. Sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I just do. So, okay. I've got company here from the UK right now, near the Manchester area. She has her own YouTube channel and social media. She's here right now visiting Dawn and I. I've got more company from Wales. Martin, you've probably heard Martin Leakey. He's been hanging around.
Oh yeah, I've watched Martin's videos. Yeah.
Here in about 2 or 3 days, I'll be flying autodidactic in here from Australia. He's in the United States right now in Florida, but I think he's going to be in St. Louis in a couple days. And from St. Louis, I'm going to fly him here.
No,
we're all going to California together in a caravan. We're all going over halfway across the country in a caravan of vehicles going to San Diego.
Oh, no. I lived in a van for 9 years.
Oh, have you seen my van?
No, man.
Wow, I got a huge black van with all wood interior. Looks like a hotel. Got a futon in the bag, and yeah, it's pretty nice. It used to be my contractor van when I was doing back-breaking work. As I was trying to build our pants, I was doing stonescapes. I was building koi ponds, and I was flagstoning driveways and swimming pools. That was my contractor van, but I've had it revamped. It's beautiful now.
Did you go out in the regular? Yeah. I bet it's good in the States getting out of the van. A lot of road.
Yeah, you already know. We got endless roads around here. So, what exactly put you on to the idea that we have such a structured reality? What put you onto the idea that reality could be something other than we're taught in school? I'm really curious about that. When did this idea present itself to you? When did you absorb it, process it? How did it develop? What I heard come out your mouth the other day wasn't something that you just thought up last month. This is something that's been on your heart for a very long period of time. So I'm just curious, man, what was developmental in your, basically your thesis of reality?
A mixture of things, all at the right time, I think. I think the tattooing was a major thing. I refer to tattooing as holographic reprogramming. I come across the psychedelics, the mushrooms, the DMT, yoga. I was like really into Ashtanga yoga for 10 years. I actually ended up breaking my back doing Ashtanga yoga, ironically enough. I'm actually trying to get this posture called Kapotasana, where you're on your knees and you bend backwards and grab your heels and pull your face into your feet. And I sort of like just muscled through the pain, thinking I needed to just get through the practice, and it taught me a lesson. And then, yeah, a few older friends have really helped give me some guidance. Veganism, like stopping eating meat was one of the major changes in my life, to be honest. That shifted everything in a really profound way. And then the flat earth realization, to be honest, just getting my head around that it can't be what they've told us it is, and then getting past the point of thinking maybe it might not be, to being like, no, 100% certain there's no way you're living on a ball in space. It's absolutely preposterous. And I don't know, I suppose all those things combined have led me where I am at the moment.
Yeah, that's I'm a realmer. I wouldn't call myself a flat earther because there's other attachments to it. But as a simulationist, I absolutely on board with the fact that we live on a flat plane, and all curvature is the result of programming. So yeah, I'm totally on board with that.
I don't even think there's any curvature. I think Santos Bonacci was one of the major people I watched years ago that put me onto a lot of information regarding the torus field. And then, like, I'm right into the swastika. I'd sort of like the guy Zed that tattooed most of my face, and is a very good friend of mine. The first tattoo he did on me was a swastika on my palm. And at the time, I think I just liked the controversy that it wasn't necessarily, it wasn't a negative symbol. And the idea that if somebody passed judgment on me for wearing that, they're kind of inadvertently doing the thing that they've got a problem with. And right, so I had that done. Pardon? Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. The symbol is very ancient. It has nothing to do with the World War II connotations.
Yeah, 100%. And then I ended up, I think, as time went on, the meaning of it sort of ingrained itself more. I understood it more and more the more I had it around me. And then when I got onto the Santos stuff and started talking about the torus field and this, that, and the other, I just got my head around the swastika is a representation of the torus field. The right-turning swastika represents masculinity. The left-turning swastika represents femininity. Those two opposing forces coexist within the toroidal field and interact with each other to create the sine wave. And then the sine wave ultimately is the holographic construct that we find ourselves in now.
I'm on board. Don't stop now. I'm on board.
Yeah. Sorry, my brain's a bit dry.
So, I'll get you going. So, in your day-to-day life, I know we get up, we drink our coffee, we drink our tea, whatever your preference is, drink your water, eat your breakfast, go out in life and do things. So from a materialist standpoint, we're just walking around the streets, we're interacting with other people, we're living our life, doing things on a daily basis, but really what is going on in the field? What is actually happening in the field? Describe that to us in any way you feel free to.
Okay, so I think so I take on like the hologram thing. So like the simulation or hologram thing, in my mind, isn't something that's been done to us. It's something we do to ourselves. And I think ultimately all is one, and God is love. And God is an algorithm, or God's the algorithm that absolute divinity uses to express creativity and individuality. So God is generation, operation, destruction. Generation, operation, destruction is the sine waves. That's birth, life, death, manufacture, usage, then the breaking down of something. Like everything in this holographic construct that we perceive as the three-dimensional reality, and even not just the 3D stuff, so like thought processes, light waves, sound, everything ultimately operates as a sine wave. And I think that when you talk about like the artificial intelligence, I think that there's divine intelligence and there's artificial intelligence, and ultimately, obviously, it doesn't exist as what's the fucking term? It doesn't exist. Like linear time is something that we require to understand and comprehend this reality, but ultimately, everything is, always was, always has been, is all at the same time. And I think initially, the initial awareness desires to know itself. So initially you've got just divine being. It doesn't really know itself. It doesn't really do anything. It just exists. It just is. And at some point, if you view it like for the sake of us understanding it in linear time, the being wants to know itself. It doesn't have a reference point other than itself. So the only thing it can do is use itself and create what it's not. So you've now got like the divine intelligence, the initial divine being, and now you've got the illusion of what it's not. And then I think this reality is the play out of what is and what's not. And I think it's up to us in our day-to-day lives to align ourselves with God or good, everything that is good. And I think that's the aim of life. I genuinely think that, I think reincarnation is a given. I think that you can't get to this level of complexity if you just did it, died and forgot. But I think the reason you don't necessarily remember your previous incarnations are because we have to go through all experiences, and a lot of those experiences at the lower levels are traumatic. And I don't think it serves the soul to remember that trauma. But I think through each life that we experience, it tunes the soul. It either like raises or it sinks. You know, like when your guts sink or something horrible happens, it's a low, like whoop, you dip. And then when something really nice happens or some good stuff's going on, it raises and you lift. And I think that's the soul tuning itself. And I think that at the end of it all, I think that the choice, you're either a victim or you're not. So ultimately, you either do it to yourself and you're responsible for everything that happens, or you're a victim. Do you know what I mean? So like, I don't think anyone's created a simulation and put us in it to trick us. And I think that the nature of reality is holographic, and ultimately, we've done it to ourselves on a level that we can't comprehend at this current point for the sake of learning and experiencing ourselves.
So it's almost as if you're describing that the divinity, and this is really close to the gnosis merging into the hermetic concepts, but it's almost as if you're describing that the original first principle, in order to discover more about itself, literally divided itself and then
inverted.
And then turned around, and pieces of it, like little divine sparks, developed into individualized personalities that went through the construct in order to learn and to adapt and to perceive. And so this is a very ancient concept, but it's literally very close to what you're describing.
Yeah. I rate that. A lot of the Hindu stuff, the Hermetic stuff, I think all that stuff is definitely got a lot of truth in it.
So what do you so in your daily walk, what is it about understanding the deeper modes of reality, understanding what's really going on behind the scenes, that everything is according to wave function, that everything's in different rates of vibration? What goes through your mind on a daily basis? Do you ever marvel? Because I do. I sit back sometimes and I have to just do a personal time out and just process. I just have to process sometimes, like, damn, man, all these variables in my life are all moving and it seems like chaos. It makes me feel like I'm in a chaotic life. But the more I study the phenomena that kind of like orbit around me, it's like it's all coordinated. It's all going toward a purpose. Something is either I'm doing it or something is helping me do these things. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I really rate the syncretism stuff, because I think ultimately, if all is one, so like, have you got your head around the notion that everything's connected? That there's nothing outside of.
Oh, absolutely. In a holo field, all data is connected to all other data. That's right.
Yeah. So then it's where were we going with that? Sorry, what was the question?
Well, information is holographic, and all I was saying is it seems like on a daily basis to me, I can get overwhelmed with all the chaos in my life. But if I take a time out and I just just ignore all the things that need to be done and only think about those things and what's going on in my life, it seems like I start seeing patterns. I start saying, damn, there's a coordinate, something's helping me coordinate all this stuff. And it doesn't, while I'm living it, it doesn't feel like I'm being helped or aided. But it seems like reality is helping and aiding me if I just stop and think about the effects of all these things that are going around me, these things that I'm vibrating in the same frequency with. Does this ever happen to you? Do you feel this way sometimes?
Yeah, 100%. I live by I suppose by a fucking a motto, again, a friend of mine said, put me on to this, what must is. So I just think if you get your head around that it's all connected, ultimately it's all you. So it's all you, but it's not all you, because it's all me, it's all you, it's all them. It's all of us make the whole thing, but the whole thing is one. So like it's on some level saying that it's all you could seem arrogant, but you're a piece of the divine. You are all of it on some level, but at this current point, you're a piece of it. But the notion and understanding that all is one, you can't really play victim. So when things get overwhelming, I always just tell myself what must is. Like the reality is what it is. It has to go the way it has to go. And if there's something happening right now that might seem a bit fucking overwhelming or too much or not as I want it, ultimately the rest of me or the divine or whatever it is, the conglomeration of the rest of us, the collective awareness or the divine awareness, ultimately knows what it's doing more than I do. And you've just got to, I think that everything goes the way it has to go. And I think that basic understanding, no matter whatever comes at you, if you just what must is, I don't know, I think the reality just unfolds itself beautifully, really. And I think you just got to be kind, decent, and I think the aim of the game ultimately, like I said earlier, is to align yourself with all that is good. Be decent, be kind, but then also don't let people take the piss out of you. I think the reality is trying to tune us in to. I think this is like a training ground. So I think the Earth is the heart realm, and I think the heart realm is the halfway point in the manifestation of the light spectrum, the human. And I think that you go through all the dark, twisted, weird experiences that it needs to do, even as much as like an earthworm and the strange, damp, rough textures and directions and angles and things that it experiences, and then the spiders and the way they the intelligence is like feeling out texture, sound, frequency, movement, angles, and then it just keeps doing it round and round and round and round until it builds some sort of charge. And I think the more charge it builds, the more it can then the more complex a vehicle it can inhabit. And then at some point you end up through the insect, through the bacteria thing, through the insect thing, through the animal thing, and at some point you end up in some like a human experience. And I mean, I had this strange take, and I don't want it to offend or upset anybody, and I really hope it doesn't. But I thought, obviously, if everything is everything and everything's got a purpose, there has to be some sort of reasoning and justification for everything that goes on, as dark and fucking fucked up as some of the things are. And I just wonder, like some of the people that are severely disabled, that require other humans to help them get through their lives and stuff, could very well be the transference of awareness from one like animal realm into human realm, and then you go through however many multiple lives like this until you have enough capacitance to then exist alone on your own. And then even when you get to that level, the level of ignorance is so heavy that you still do multiple more lives until you start to function, and you might find yourself in different parts of the realm where there's like environmental dangers, or you get born into a really heavy situation. And I think it makes sense to me that it sorts itself out. I think because ultimately, if it's all one, you are the rich, greedy banker, you are the poor child that was born in a war-torn country, like you are everything that happens. And I think at some point throughout the reincarnation cycle, you find yourself in a situation where the traumas in your life aren't so severe that you would necessarily want to forget them. And I think at that point, you can start to question, like, what am I, who am I, where am I, how am I, where am I? And then from that introspection, I think that the divine or the higher self or the collective awareness or the Akashic records or whatever it is, whatever term you use for that, starts to like trickle information into you, and it will test you. And I think it tests us in a really, really fine ways that we don't even realize. That you might say something to somebody, like lend an opinion about something, and then a couple of days later it will feed you a situation that you don't realize has anything to do with that thing that you said, to see how you act. And if your actions correlate with the thing you said, then okay, you pass the test and it progresses. Whereas if you contradict yourself too much to the detriment of somebody else, then it will feed you the lesson again, but in a more drastic way. And then I think it keeps doing this until you tune and change your behavior. And I think ultimately, by the time you die, I think you come face to face with yourself, and you judge yourself. You know if you were good or if you were bad. And people say that good and bad is subjective, but there's levels of subjectivity to it. But ultimately, you know if you're doing wrong, and you know if you're trying to be decent.
You made a really good point about the. You made several good points, but one that stands out to me is that life is measured by the decisions we make. It's you just painted a really interesting picture to me of what I call the oversoul, actually in the position of teacher, sitting there providing experiences that further you along the lessons that the spirit needs to in the order for its development. You said that very succinctly. I agree with it. I agree with it 100%. That what you speak, words are very magical. They carry vibration. They when you say something, it echoes through the entire holography, and there is no distance in space and time. So what one highly individualized soul emits is reverberated through the entire whatever construct creation instantaneously, because information is holographic. It's everywhere existing at the exact same time, and every little small piece contains the whole, or a template of the whole. It's just like the model that we were presented with the cell. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know if we're made of cells. I don't even know if atoms exist. But according to the model, all the information in a single cell contains the template for the entire body of whatever that cell brings up. They call it, you already know, they call it DNA. I don't know if that model's true or not, but this is what we're told there. So on the same thing, to me, that sounds like DNA is coding, and coding is just purely holographic. So I agree with you that we are often tested. It's just the way you said it as well, that as soon as we say something affirmatively and we are basically asserting a fact, I agree, reality will put it to the test. If it's a fact, then it's going to put you into situations to make you see exactly how you react or how you say you're going to react. And it's going to, I mean, you just really hit on a scriptural, a real powerful scripture, and that is by your words you are justified, and by your words you are condemned. So
well, I think I like the idea as well that actions speak louder than words. So you can talk a good game, but if you don't behave if your actions don't correlate with what you've said, that creates a disparity in the reality, and then it doesn't. The hologram breaks down, the waveform breaks down, and you end up at somewhere you don't want to be.
Oh,
do you know what I'm saying? Like you can talk this, that, and the other. So like, if you think killing's wrong and you shouldn't do that, then you can't justify eating meat. Do you know what I mean? And it's as much as you like. Ignorance is excusable if it's genuine ignorance. But if you know something in your heart and you know something in your mind, and you choose to behave against that, in contradiction to that anyway, then I think I think that's when you end up in the shit. I think that's when the reality doesn't function for you and you end up in a really bad way.
Yeah, I get it. It even I'm not a vegan, but you raise a good point that the decision to be vegan would be spiritual, not physical. You just and it has everything to do with killing, because once a spirit has matured to the point where they realize that killing is not right, you don't kill another human being, no matter how it's masked politically as it could be murder, it could be patriotism, however it's painted. But you could ascend beyond that, and now no killing would also pertain to the animal kingdom. This is the result of a spiritual ascension, and yeah, we're not all there, but I do agree with you that veganism could definitely be interpreted as a spiritual decision and have nothing to do with physicality. I get it.
I think one of that was the most profound shift I've ever had spiritually. I think I don't think I know, was going vegan, just stopping all animal-based products, because everything's obviously, because it's holographic, it's frequency and vibration, and the animal's carcass is like, it's supposed to be in the ground. It's supposed to be 6 feet under. It's a low vibration. It's a low frequency. And I think when you get your head around the notion, or your heart around the notion, that you don't want to be chased down, killed, so somebody else can eat your body parts, then you can't justify it doing it to anything else. And when I say to anyone else, and somebody else, and somebody is someone with a body. So a cow is somebody. Do you know what I mean? It has sense organs, it has emotional depth. The animals are on a level with us to an extent.
Yeah, they are self-aware. They're self-aware to a degree. I agree with that.
Anyone that's had a dog knows that.
Yeah. Well, I got dogs. I got 5 of them. One of them thinks he's human.
Does he?
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, man. So what do you So what's your take on, like, just phenomena in general? This like, I'll give you an example. I've got videos. A lot of my videos aren't really well known, because I got 300 and 400 videos ago. When I first started putting videos out on YouTube, some of those videos don't even have 10,000 views. And like any video I put out now gets 25 to 35,000 views. But back then, it took almost 3 years just to get 10,000 views, and that's where they're stuck at. Most people don't go to my original videos and see all my evidence of simulation theory and weather patterns, and in the fossil record, in repetitive timelines that have been found embedded in historical texts that do not make sense, anomalous deals. What do you think? How do you wrap your head around the fact that we have so many mysteries and anomalies and enigmas that just cannot be explained by the models of the world that have been presented to us today? It's with everything being a construct. Well, with your take on the wavelength, the idea that everything is in sine waves and waves. Well, what is this? How does this translate to you when you're coming into contact with these mysteries? How did these mysteries come about, or are they even mysteries, or just models of perception?
I think that the artificial intelligence, the nature of it is to confuse, and I think the divine intelligence, to tune itself in to being genuinely self-aware. If it was easy, it wouldn't be genuine. So I think that a lot of the things that come about, I think are just like, it's the test. Do you understand? I think a lot of the things that are like absolutely baffling are yeah, sorry, I'm struggling to piece my thoughts together.
That's all right. That's all right. You did a real good breakdown on that guy's channel on the video I saw. I wish I had that video clip, but I don't have it. Do you remember everything you were saying on that video?
Yeah, I know it all by heart.
Oh man, hey, you can give it to us raw and uncut right here.
What bit do you want? I'm just going to try and move away from the building work. Sorry. Just...
Well, in the video clip I saw, you were talking about basically what it meant to be human, and then you took off from there.
The Nazi stuff about I suppose the Hindu sort of cosmology thing about the man being the measure of the universe. So man is manifestation, and then the human. So Hue is the light spectrum. So human is the manifestation of the light spectrum, and then that rather than an objective take on reality of, I think the globe thing is created to kind of objectify the reality. They give you space as a place to put yourself so you can objectively view, okay, that's the ball, I'm a person on the ball, okay, and it objectifies everything. But I think the way that the hologram functions, or the holography functions, is subjective. I think the only objective is truth, and then the truth is the torus is the torus field. So I think the torus field is the basic fundamental geometric construct that sort of dictates how the physical reality builds itself. I don't even know if it's the physical reality. I think it just dictates. I think it's the fundamental shape that everything functions through. But so I was thinking initially, so like if you go back to the thing we were saying earlier on about you've got divine being. The divine being desires to know itself, so then it inverts itself and creates what it's not. So you've got the truth and the illusion of the divine being and the artificial intelligence. And then those two things interact to create everything. And then that splits itself into masculine and feminine, hot and cold, positive, negative. And those two things interact to create a sine wave. And then the sine wave ultimately, I don't think that there are particles. I don't think there are any particles personally. I don't think there's any, like, obviously for our perceived reality you've got little bits of dust, little bits of rock and everything else. But I think all of those things are the play of different frequencies coming into contact with each other and then giving like a feedback to make us perceive that there was the dust there. Do you know what I mean? That the dust is some energy at some frequency. My hand is a mixture of different frequencies that do what they do. And then when you come into contact with it, those frequencies interact that give you some feedback to say that that's there. I don't necessarily, like the whole particle wave thing, I'm not really down with that. I think ultimately everything's a waveform.
Okay, that's all. I agree. I agree with the waveform deals. I've never seen a particle. I've never seen electrons, atoms. I've never seen any of these things. Just like I've never seen men walking on the moon. I've seen a Hollywood production of some guys in some suits bouncing underwater, but I've never seen men on the moon. I've seen a golf cart wrapped in aluminum foil, but I've never seen a golf cart on the moon.
It's laughable, isn't it? What's your so when you said you're not with the flat Earth stuff, out of interest, why is that?
Because a flat Earth still relies on the idea that the Earth is tangible, that this is a real experience, that it's physical. I don't believe that. I believe that by virtue of the central nervous system, that we're living in a simulated environment. It is entirely holographic.
Do you not think that something holographic could still be real?
Well, I mean, it's real according to our senses. And what I mean is you and I can enter a virtual reality game, and our virtual reality avatars in that virtual reality environment will seem very real to one another, but we're personalities on the outside of that context actually interacting via the false virtual reality. And I believe 100% that we live on a flat plane. It's a realm, and it's a realm that could ever expand. The more humans add contour and depth to it by agreeing that the perimeters of our world are a certain way, we can expand it. I believe it's an endless flat plane, but that's what every computer programmer needs, a flat plane to begin building a construct on top of. But flat Earth is a problem for me in the physical. But from a holographic perspective, flat Earth it's easy to absorb. I got it. So it's not a problem.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because I got my head around like the holographic thing is just how it functions. So I think that obviously everything ultimately is sound and light, and I think that the stars are like the projector beams of the hologram. And I don't think each of us is a single star. I think each of us is the mixture of the arrangement of the stars when we incarnate into the physical form. But the obviously the Earth itself clearly isn't flat because you've got hills and you've got craters and cliffs and things. So obviously the Earth goes up and down, the waves go up and down. Everything ultimately is a waveform. But like you said, it exists, I think, as a bandwidth. Do you know what I mean? And the term band is wide. It goes horizontally outward.
Well, that's a really good description because if you were to take the habitable zone, we can call it the bandwidth, that from the highest elevations that humans can survive to the deepest depths of the Marianas Trench is less than 12 miles. So
yeah, and that's crazy, isn't it?
It's only 12 miles. So if you were to take that's your bandwidth, and then just go out in every direction. That's the whole human perceived experience is in that bandwidth right there.
There was something that apparently when they core down, when they do like deep drilling, after like 8 miles, or it might have been 12 miles or 12 kilometers, 8 miles or whatever it is, the diamond tips just hit they hit a diamond hard rock slurry, so it no longer lifts any earth out. The tip just turns, and then the slurry, which is diamond hard, just breaks the diamond tip. So you hit the extremity of this level as you go down. And then I don't know if you ever seen it, there was a video that come up of a rocket, and they'd stuck a GoPro thing on it, or maybe not a GoPro, it was one with a flat lens, so it didn't look domed, and it's spinning. So from your point of view, watching the video, the floor underneath it's spinning violently, and it's getting further and further away. And then at some point, it just gets stuck. It just goes and just like slows itself down to a stop, and then just hovers. And I mean, that fucking blew my mind.
I saw that video as well. I saw that video as well. That was shot. It's almost as if, I mean, you've seen some of the rockets they sent up high altitude. They hit a certain point, and the streaming trail that comes out of the back of the rockets once it hits that layer, it looks just like you were underwater looking up a speedboat trail that was going above you. It's almost as if these rockets hit a water barrier.
I wonder what they did, because I remember I've seen those as well. And that particular one that I've seen, I wonder if it hits at an angle, if it will like skim off of it, or if it hits directly, if it will get stuck. I've got a piece of meteorite that a friend of mine gave me, and that sort of like done my head in a little bit. Once I realised the space thing was fake, I was just trying to get my head around what on earth that could possibly be, because obviously, if you take it to someone that knows stones, they'll tell you it's a piece of meteorite. It's obviously come from the sky. You don't find it in the terrain. Right. And then I was sort of racking my brain. I figured this might just be totally nonsense, but I was trying to think what on earth could it be, and I figured that the stuff itself it's kind of like metally. Do you know what I mean? It looks like molten metal. And then my understanding of like acid and alkali, it's like in my head, like acidity or heat is masculine and that's low, and the cold is alkaline and that's high. That's a higher frequency is cold, a lower frequency is acidic and heat. And I was just thinking, well, as you go up, it gets colder. So how is something like come in and melted and then come down, because it's cold when you go up? And I thought in the end, obviously as well, if the stars are the projector beams of the hologram, light only travels in a straight line. So I wondered if at each extremity of the bandwidth, if you have this like undulating reflective surface. You know the Terminator 2 guy, the liquid metal Terminator.
Yeah.
I was wondering if there's potentially some sort of like layer of this undulating metal, not metal, rock, metal, whatever it is, this substance at the bottom and at the top, and then as the projector beams, the stars sort of like beam the light down. It works in conjunction with this undulating framework that bounces the light around to create this holographic thing. And then at points of like what serious I don't know, like things going, like sometimes the energy gets quite serious, there's some mad fucking shit goes on. Maybe at those points there's this thing, obviously if they're dictating the hologram and then the stuff's going on, potentially little bits of it break off. Do you know what I mean? If some really mad shit goes on, maybe the waves of this substance kind of get a little bit rough, and then pieces of them can kind of like drip off and cool as they hit the ground. But I mean, I don't know how much relevance that has to anything.
Well, let me take this on a whole nother level for you, man. We have many incidents in the historical record where great battles were about to be fought. One of them was King Mithridates the fourth of Pontus. He was known in history as the Poison King. He actually orchestrated one of the greatest uprisings against Rome. It was the greatest uprising against Rome in its entire history. It's the Roman slavers and landholders had spread all over the Mediterranean. They were very well hated by Tigranes and the Armenians and Mithridates of Pontus. But many of the Greeks had already fallen prey to the Romans. There was no one who could take on the Roman legionaries. So Mithridates had decided to do the first blow against Rome, and he did it without an army. He literally orchestrated the butchering of about 80,000 Roman slavers, merchants, soldiers, their families, and everybody on a single day. It took 2 years of planning. People all over the Mediterranean got involved, and they kept it a secret from the Romans. And on a certain day, everybody rose up and just started killing all the Romans in their communities. And this was a huge slaughter around 81 BC. And the Senate declared that King Mithridates of Pontus was to blame, and they set legions out against him. And he had a series of battles, and he was highly successful, not because he defeated the Romans, but because he kept living through each encounter, and he was breaking the Romans down. Well, because of his successes, all these other Black Sea area kingdoms and the Armenians, King Tigranes, they all came to his aid, and he had this massive army, and he was going to take on, I think it was Sulla and a few legions at the same time. And his strategy, he was going to overwhelm them. He had too much happening. And then right as the two armies were about to meet, about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock in the morning, before high noon, a rock falls out the sky. A meteorite impacts the middle of the battlefield, perfectly equidistant between both shield walls. Blows up a big old explosion, and it was determined by both the Romans and the Armenians and the kingdoms of Pontus that this was not a good day to fight. That was an omen from God. But it's not an isolated incident. The Chinese also have records of great battles that were about to be fought, and then all of a sudden, this thing falls out of the sky, hits the battlefield, and they take it as an omen. The same thing happened in the month of May in 583 BC, when King Nebuchadnezzar II was observing the king of Lydia and the king of the Medes. Their armies, after 5 years of continual warfare, they were going to fight a single battle to go ahead and figure out who was going to be the dominant empire. And they clashed on the field. They were about to clash on the field of battle when all of a sudden the sun went dark and it wasn't the moon. And it was an event that was predicted by Thales of Miletus. And these incidents have happened over and over where physical evidence from the sky has fallen at strategic times that it betrays coincidence. There's something else going on. And you said projectors. Well, this in my very first 2 or 3 videos on YouTube, I explained the phenomenon that happens when the phoenix appears in the sky. all the variable stars, which are red, and they're called variable stars. They're anomalies in astronomy, but they're called variable stars because inexplicably these stars change their magnitudes. On a daily basis, they'll flicker from first, second, third, fourth magnitude. It's very anomalous because other fixed stars in the skies aren't doing that. So we can't say that that has anything to do with distance or detritus that's flowing through space or whatever your theories are. To me, those red variable stars are just like you said. They are projectors, but they're not just light projectors. They're also creating what we perceive to be physical phenomena.
Yeah, that's very interesting, man. That's crazy about the battles. It kind of correlates with the theory.
Well, it's not only the battles, bro. We have insect storms. Let me explain. I have a video called Insect Storms from the Simulated Sky. There's no other way to process this data. It is so well established in scientific articles from 1867, 1868, 1869 to 1872, very widely published, that it became on the mind of the collective in England, Scotland, Cornwall, Wales, and Ireland. It had become widely known that the rats and the small rodents were dying off. People started to realize, wait a minute, there's no more beetles, roaches, dragonflies, butterflies, flies, nothing. It was in all the publications of the time. Where are all the insects? So once the collective had realized that something was wrong and it was on their mind, reality reciprocated, but the problem was it overcompensated. One morning, people woke up in rivers of insects. Each river was falling from a blue sky. They were falling all around England, all over England, all the chimney sweeps and all the chimney sweeps and little mail boys, parcel boys. They were all reappropriated just to sweep all the insects into piles and burn them. It even started a plague. But it's like reality reciprocated, and all of a sudden, rivers of insects of all different species were just raining down everywhere. I cited the sources and showed this in that video. But
check that out, man.
The reason I'm mentioning this is because an insect is no different than a meteorite. It is something that is perceived to be physical from a area high up that is entirely simulated. Me, I believe the entire stellosphere, every single thing we see up there is a light show. But I also believe it is technologically sophisticated, and this light can actually create things that are perceived as physical.
And what do you think? Do you think it's us that's doing it, though? Or do you think that the AI is taking the piss and is running the show, or do you? Because I always think back to what I said earlier on about we're either doing it to ourselves for the sake of learning and all is good, or we're fucked and we're the victims.
Well, I have often theorized, because I'm here with you. I can only say what my theories are, and I have often theorized that the statement in Genesis that mankind was made in the image of God is a direct clue that on the outside of the construct, we are the creators of this technologically advanced simulation, and that we have injected many of our personalities into it to do something. We're running sims, we're trying to figure something out. I believe it's all intrinsically related to the very calendars that control this sim. And those calendars are all connected to singular events in ancient history that are all involving epic cataclysms. So my theory is based with a lot of data points and the whole data sets. But I'm often criticized for these theories because people always have their fallback. Well, you can't prove it. And I have to reply to them, well, you know what? Evolution is still a theory. I mean, it's still entirely theoretical that there was even ice ages. Even the scientific community can't even agree. Right now, in the published scientific materials that we have available to us today, there are over 60 different theories about how an ice age could even happen, because they're not happening today. And it's almost impossible to even get moisture to the Arctic extremities. This is why only a half inch of snow falls in the Arctic or the Antarctic. There's no humidity. So how did 2-mile-high ice caps that were formed from packed snowfall even appear? I mean, I understand, because I understand vapor canopy techniques. And I've read all the scientific books from the 20s, the 40s, the 50s, and the 70s that were talking about the vapor canopy that's not even acknowledged today. But yeah, the sky is absolutely simulated. But I believe that on the outside, I believe you and I and everybody listening to my voice, we're just personalities injected into a construct of our own provenance. We manufacture this. Does it take away from the existence of God? Absolutely not. I believe on the outside of the construct, we have a deeper relationship with the oversoul than we do in here. And that's why on the inside of the construct, when it comes to deeply spiritual things, we have to perceive these things in metaphor and allegory. We have to perceive these things in similes and parables, because there's no way inside of an artificial reality that we can ever even get close to something as tangible and real as the Godhead.
Have you ever you smoked the DMT or the magic mushroom?
I have never done anything to alter my mind but drink a little bourbon from time to time. I just get a buzz and I stop. I will be the first to admit, by virtue of long imprisonment, I have to stay mentally stable. I have to stay on par, because some prison experiences are traumatic. I've been in riots. I've been in race riots. I've had people chase me with knives. I have chased somebody with a knife. I can't do any mind-altering substances for the same reason soldiers don't like the 4th of July. They don't like all the explosions and all that. I'm afraid if I do mushrooms and entheogens, if I do LSD, I'm afraid if I do anything like that, I may slip into some penitentiary mode deal. And I'm a pretty strong and I'm a very fast guy, and I just can't trust the self-control. I have to maintain that self-control. I just can't do any mind-altering shit.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, you could lock yourself away and have a little go somewhere safe. But I think the DMT, you know about the DMT?
Yes. I've read books on it. I've read books on entheogens. I have friends that do it that told me straight out that when they listen to my videos, they can see what I'm describing. It's quite profound what goes on. I think it kind of does lift the veil a little bit. You experience a very bizarre but repeatable thing. So every time you go in, it does that thing, and it's very like a heavy mushroom trip. I mean, psilocybin, the dimethyltryptamine is like a naturally occurring compound that's found in the brain. And when you look at the little molecular picture of it, and you put it next to the little picture of the psilocybin, they're pretty much identical. But the dimethyltryptamine isn't orally ingestible because you've got a specific enzyme in your gut that breaks it down on monoamine oxidase. The psilocybin seems to be a pretty much identical mirror of the DMT, but with an extra little bit that allows it to be orally ingested. And I think they've got something to do with what I think it's got something to do with that potentially of how we transfer. I mean, what's your take on when you die? Like if we're in the simulation, do you think we get unplugged and then you exist then on the other side of the simulation, or do you think the whole? Because I don't sort of believe in like an objective. There's a simulation, here's outside the simulation. I think the whole thing operates holographically because that's just the nature of light and sound. And there's obviously different bandwidths and levels to it. And I think they correlate somewhat with the chakra systems in the body. That's why I think that the current level we're at is the heart, is the earth, that's green. The heart chakra's green, the vegetation's green, the throat chakra's blue. You look up at a blue sky. And I got it in my mind that if you adhere to being a decent person and learn the lessons the reality or the hologram's trying to teach you, that there's the potential to exist beyond the human realm,
And then my mind then goes into, okay, like practically, how does it do that then? Because if you've never experienced anything other than human, how could you, after you die, expect to be able to operate on a level beyond human? And I think the psychedelics are kind of a mechanism by which you can transfer your awareness from the normal operating system of human into something that you could never even imagine, and have like a rational tether as to how it happened. Do you know what I mean? Like if you just got hit with that experience, you'd just short circuit and you'd be reborn human. But I feel like if you can build up a framework with the psychedelic experience, there's potentially a chance of moving your awareness from the human incarnation to whatever it is we do next.
I can see that.
Claim it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a real mature way of looking at it, because the only experience that you can base any judgments off is the one that you're having now. I get that. I tend to let my imagination pretty much go beyond what the data can show. So let me run this by you, because this is your model reprocessed through my brain. You ready to hear this?
Yeah, let's go.
So all these different experiences and different plateaus of understanding, these different realities that you're flowing through. I mean, imagine a interdimensional cosmic pyramid with the Godhead at the very top. And every level going all the way up toward this Godhead is another sim. It's a whole nother simulated reality. Each one is different. Each one is completely different than the one you just departed. But there's all kinds of ingresses and egresses between these layers of sims, and you don't always ascend. By virtue of the decisions you made, conduct you participated in, devolving in some sims, you would take an egress right back down to a lower rate of vibration in a whole different reality that has its own physical laws. It has its own bylaws. It has its own laws of governance and its own perceivable reality. It even has its own version of the Godhead. Right now, you and I are on the same level. But this symbol of the pyramid goes far deeper than just a stack of bricks that was made in Egypt. This symbol of the pyramid and the all-seeing eye, which has been hijacked by occultists into meanings that were not the original conveyances, it has a lot more connotations to the idea of God and the realities beneath this Godhead. This symbol of the eye and the pyramid goes to Phoenician trinkets. Phoenicians were ancient Israelites. It says the Old Testament just never said. The Old Testament calls them Israelites, but the historical record, all the monuments, all the traditions, all the cuneiform, everything that's been found just called them Phoenicians. And even the Phoenicians were subdivided between many other subfamilies, and they had other names. But one of the main trinkets that's been found in burials of Phoenicians all over the Mediterranean, all throughout Europe and the Isles, all around, was the symbol of a pyramid and a sunburst or an eye at the top. And sometimes the pyramid had a smiley face on it. And this concept was very old, that humans were basically evolving as spiritual beings, moving forward, and with each life sim getting closer and closer and closer and closer to the Godhead. But if God is truly eternal, and if we are pieces of the divine Godhead, then that would necessarily imply that the creation itself is eternal. And if that's true, then the Godhead has never stopped creating, and you'll never truly get to the very top of the pyramid, because new realities will always splinter off from older ones. It will continue to grow, it will continue to morph. And this is going to be an endless exercise of development. And right now, we're right here. I believe it's called the Nemesis simulation. And I believe that outside of this context, we do have awareness. We do have there is another reality. It's this to me is very artificial. I mean, you're very familiar with the fact that we only see like 5.5% of the electromagnetic spectrum. Our olfactory and our audible senses are even worse, but animals are heightened. And this is the restrictions of the central nervous system. The central nervous system, it's a filtering system it's the bridge between the psyche and the simulation. So if this is how we perceive this reality, then there may be 108,000 other realities that are just slightly different from this one, and each one of them we have to learn a lesson in. So I get it. I'm on board with what you're talking about. I just process it differently.
Yeah, it sounds good. It sounds like it makes sense.
Like I said, it's all theory. It's all theoretical, but so is the multi-billion-dollar, hundreds of millions of textbooks have already published it as fact. But so is evolution. Evolution is just theory.
I can't go with the physical evolution stuff at all. I get the soul evolution and moving through different avatars and things, but I think the notion that the monkey avatars grew into the human avatars is just totally
stupid.
Personally. Yeah, totally stupid.
Yeah, it's real stupid. I can't buy none of that. So let me ask you this. Let's go in a different direction real quick. So for me, once you understand this is a construct and you understand that it obeys by certain principles and that you can tap into those principles, you can actually borrow power that is not your own. On my own channel, I'm always saying that we can draw from ourselves more than we contain. I said, so what do you do to basically induce reality to reciprocate? What have you found of value and utility in your own life that allows things to happen for you by thought and activity, by just willing something to happen? How does reality reciprocate for you?
I think gratitude is the only thing that you can really practice.
Man, you said a mouthful there. Yeah.
I think that's it. I mean, I've got to the point even with prayer where I feel like prayer is somewhat an insult to God, because by praying you're already presupposing that it doesn't know, and then it isn't already doing it. And I think ultimately all you can do is just be grateful to be alive and grateful to have the experience. And I think that the more you are grateful and the more that you are kind, the more the reality functions in your favor. And I think it's just that. I genuinely just think be decent and be thankful, and I think that's my answer.
So basically, your answer absolutely comports with your concept of reality. Let me explain. Gratitude, being thankful, you're basically emitting an energy. You're emitting a waveform. So what's going to be drawn to you in the construct are the things that are vibrating at that same frequency. If you're very happy and you are very grateful for what you have, reality reciprocates by giving you more. But not only in the physical realm, but also basically knitting for you in tomorrow's reality. The construct will knit for you the same attitude where you're grateful. Therefore, it's going to create situations in your life that will make you grateful. It's a feedback loop. This is something I teach on my channel. If you wake up angry every morning, then tomorrow you're going to have a reason to be angry. The construct is going to knit that as a circumstance. It's going to create an obstacle, a stumbling block, a situation, phenomena that's going to trigger you. And if this is something that you do routinely, you wake up mad, hating life, life is going to give you reasons to hate life. So it's the exact same thing that you're talking about. Gratitude is it. The more you're thankful for the things that you experience, the thankful for what little you have, what little you have starts accruing and becomes more and more. And the feedback loop is self-fulfilling. So I agree with you 100%.
I'm with you on that. And if you want to, we can bring it back to the tattooing with the feedback loop thing. And obviously earlier I mentioned the holographic reprogramming thing. And obviously with the tattooing, the your body's constantly changing. Everything in reality is in total flux always. And I think every 7 years your physiology is totally new. It's renewed itself. But the tattooing kind of floats in hyperspace, and is so the tattooing that I've got that I've had more than 7 years is the tattoo becomes more you than you. And if you can attach like some sort of intent to the tattoo, with the understanding that once it's in you, it becomes more you than you, it becomes a really powerful, what's the word? What's the fucking word? Agent for change. Do you know what I'm saying? So you can have like, and this one here's, I think was non-attachment. And then at the time I liked the notion, the mantra, and then thought I wanted to embody that a little bit more. And then by tattooing it in, you literally embody it. And if you have an understanding in your head, if you've got a link between an ideology and the pictorial reference, like the design, and then an understanding that once it's in, it's more you than you, then the ideology that you've attached to that reference becomes more you than you. So if the swastika means good luck, then I'm lucky. When I'm brushing my teeth, I don't have to think about what it is. My subconscious mind knows that I think that means good luck, and knows that I know that that's more me than me, and then in the background creates the reality as such. Do you know what I mean? Or Manjushri cuts through delusion. I've got it on my wrist there. Why have I done this to myself? As a sort of, as a means to take responsibility, you know, like if something happens, no matter how fucked up it is or how much it doesn't seem like my fault, ultimately, if I'm it and it's me and all is one, then why have I done this to myself? Do you know what I mean? And I think that the tattooing can be a really, really, I think that's why it's such a spiritual, sacred art practice.
Well, it is, and it has been for thousands of years, and it's no different than the talismans and little charms, sigils, things that were put on people. People imbued ideas, concepts, and power. Like one would be a talisman of protection, and it's a medallion that some guy had done a ritual over, and he had spoken into existence. Maybe he had passed it through the fire 7 times, and in his mind, that's what empowered it from the oversoul, and he put it on the girl he loved, and told her straight up, as long as you wear this, you'll be all right, because this is the talisman of protection. It's been through the proper rituals. Well, she would take that on. There's an informed field that is attached to that item now. No different than the informed field that is imbued within the tattoo that's put on somebody's body. You're absolutely right. Almost every cell in the body is replicated in a 7-year period of time. So the tattoos people have are actually older than the body that they inhabit. Yes. That's a very good observation. I had never thought about that before, but you're right. I have tattoos that go back 25 years. You're right. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's cool. I really like that about it. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, it is. That's pretty interesting. I like that idea. So,
you think you'll ever get more tattoo work, Jason, or are you done now?
I really don't have anything left but my butt cheeks. I'm not gonna put anything on my face or on my hands. I'm just not gonna do it. I'm capped out at the wrists. I'm capped out at the wrists and at the neckline, and then I go all the way down. I even have them on the top of my feet, but around my ankles, I have cuffs at my ankles. So,
would you not do the butt cheeks now? You're not in jail.
I don't know. If Dawn decided to pick up a tattoo gun and if she was any good, I might.
Is that your myth this year?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't feel the hell. I probably don't have any time, man. I'm busy. Yeah. If I'm not reading, I'm writing, posting, talking to people. I'm just busy guy, man. I'm a busy guy.
Yeah.
So, where's this tattoo shop? Your new shop?
The new one's in South Shields, which is in South Tyneside, near the city of Newcastle, up in the northeast of England, just below Scotland.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, I mean,
big change, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, if you got any links, website or something for the tattoo shop, or anything else you do, man, you got to send it to me in an email so I can put it in the description box. You know,
yeah,
put
it on
the bottom of this video, man. And if you ever want to take the time and sit down, because I understand it's a different dynamic when you're live, but when you just focus and zone in on what you want to do, whenever you want to do like a 20 or a 30-minute video just breaking down all kinds of things, man, according to your understanding and stuff, let me know when you want to do that, and I will put it on my channel. I won't even be in that video. I'll just put your video up on my channel, man. Give you some play.
Appreciate that, man. The live things definitely. I think the nerves get you a little bit, and then I've seen before I went on the YouTube and seen how many people were looking in. I sort of like it makes the brain freeze up, and you end up double checking yourself. But I've just at the back of the tattoo shop here, the guy's building us a toilet and a shower, and around the back of it, I'm going to set up like a little YouTube. I'm going to get a desktop computer with a camera and start doing some more like concise content, because I've got a YouTube channel on here. It's just Joe Monroe, and it's just been like vlogs and different things. I kind of stayed away from doing a lot of the true stuff in fear of the how it would be received. And then after the couple of podcasts, I've had a lot of people ask me for different bits of information and stuff. So I mean, in the next month, hopefully I'll get that little studio set up, and then I'll ask people what take they want on certain things. And the nicest thing is like when you stutter or the brain can't quite catch up, you can kind of crop that out, and then it makes for easier viewing.
Yeah, I get it. But provide me your YouTube link. I'll put it in the description box too. And
thanks very much.
And an email, send me your PayPal or Cash App or whatever you got, because all this money got donated. You finna get that.
Why do they donate money?
Oh, people donate money every video.
Do they?
Yeah.
That's really good of them.
It's an awesome community. I mean, people just show their appreciation. So they take turns. It's not always the same people. But yeah, man.
That's great.
Just get you some ink. Get ready to get some work done.
Cheers, man. I fucking appreciate that. Sound.
Yeah, man. Well, I'm going to go ahead and close out this video, man. This is a good little talk. And I look forward to the future when you put together a little, 15, 20, 25, 30-minute presentation. Because without hesitation, I'll put a real good thumbnail with it, introduce you to the community, and hope it goes viral, man. I'll just put it on my channel. But this video here, within about, 30 hours, you'll see 20,000 views. There'll be 20,000 views on the video.
Yeah. No, that's good. That's crazy, man. I really appreciate you having me on, man. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I'm sorry if the information didn't flow as naturally as I would have liked it to.
Oh no, it's all good. It's all good, man. I might even find it. I might ask Big John where that video is, and I might put that up as a short. Because that was a really good video.
I can send you them. I can send you the full things if you want them.
Oh yeah, if you can send that, I can break that into a couple shorts, man. So you can get a lot of traction, man. There's no doubt, man. You got a lot of positive stuff to say. That's what I'm about. I seen bro Sanchez, man, did a drive-by. Appreciate that, bro. He's got a real big channel too, man.
I think I've seen some good stuff in the past as well.
Yeah, he and I've been working together lately. He's always trying to ask me those deep questions, trying to trip me up.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. But hey, guys, this is Joe Monroe. I'm going to check out today. I got a lot to do. For those of you who missed it, Santos Bonacci, he's been on fire lately. Well, he got a strike. They took down one of his videos. You can go to Arcades TV, though. You can go check it out, because I got the whole thing.
Santos is a legend, yeah. I mean, big respect to Santos, man.
Yeah, he's trying to be.
He's the OG, man. He is the OG.
He's the OG in the truth community.
For sure.
Yeah, those of you who are on Arcades TV, you can go check out that new video, man. I got it before YouTube smashed it. So we're gonna go ahead and check out. You're gonna see some more Joe Monroe in the future, and here in about 5-10 minutes, the links will be in the description box. You go check out his channel, check out his tattoo shop, whatever his websites are, and all that. And on the way out, if you want to donate anything, it'll be going straight to Joe Monroe today. I appreciate it. And I'm going to hit this outro. And Joe, I'll be sending you an email pretty soon, man.
Cheers, man. Lots of love. Lots of love.
Yeah, just real quick, though, while the outro's going, you got to be quiet because I can pick up all the audio.
No stress.
I can find it.